Gentlemen, it is now 6 p.m. on the 17th of July, 2025, and this is the time and place of the Ada County Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. We extend our welcome to those persons here with us today, as well as anyone joining us online. I will begin with a roll call of the commissioners. We will excuse Commissioner Colson. I believe we have a new Commissioner Rowley we're excusing as well. Commissioner Birch.
Here.
Commissioner Blitman.
Here.
Commissioner Wickstrom. Commissioner Murphy.
Here.
I am Commissioner Scott, and I'll be conducting this meeting this evening. Just for some housekeeping stuff, in order for this commission to conduct the hearing in an orderly manner, we have the following procedures established for the hearing of individual applications. Any person wishing to testify, you could have signed up online. If you didn't, it's not a big deal. We will still allow you to testify while in the room. If there are people online, they can still sign up using the registration form found on the Ada County Development Services Public Hearing information page. The planning staff, when we open up for an application, the planning staff will present the application in the form of a staff report, which includes the conditions of approval and their recommendation. Commissioners will ask questions of the staff to clarify their understanding of the application. The applicant will then have 15 minutes to present their proposal and respond to questions from the commissioners. Testimony will be taken in regard to the application, and general comments pertaining to the application will be heard by persons wishing to speak. You'll be limited to 3 minutes. When you come up, please state your name and address at the podium. The staff may provide clarification on information given and answer additional questions. Also, if you want to, you can just stand up, raise your hand, say, "I oppose." You don't need to come forward. We'll note that, and we can move on. So those of you that just want to, because inevitably what happens is a lot of the same comments start coming up. And so if you want to just echo those and say, "I agree with everyone, I oppose this," or "I'm for it," or whatever you want to do, you may do that as well. But you're more than welcome to come forward and speak your piece for 3 minutes. When the public testimony is concluded, the applicant will get 10 minutes for a rebuttal and summation of their testimony. Then once the public testimony is concluded, the public hearing portion is closed, and we will discuss the application. Motions will be made, and the commissioners will vote on the motion regarding the application. During that period, there will be no testimony coming from the crowd. Just additionally, as matters of decorum, please refrain from yelling from the crowd, cheering, whooping, clapping, whistling, etc. Please be respectful. We've actually had a long string of years of very respectful hearings, so I'd like to keep that going. And again, we appreciate everyone showing up and participating in our system. And with that, I'll move to our first project. We have unfinished business. This is item number 202500469-CC-DA-S. This is Nuxall, Mike Nuxall. This one, staff recommends table to the August 14th hearing. So I'll look to a fellow commissioner for a recommendation.
Mr. Chairman,
Murphy.
I move that we table project number 202500469-ZC-DA-S to August 14th, 2025 meeting.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Birch is seconded. Commissioner Murphy, do you want to speak on the table at all? All right. All those in favor of tabling to August 14th, say aye.
Aye.
I also say aye. Motion carries. Next, we have new business, which is item number 202500931-CU-MSP. This is CAM Engineering LLP. And we look to Mr. Holtum for the staff report.
Planning and Zoning Commission, project number 202500931-CU-MSP is an application for a conditional use and a master site plan for a church to be built in 2 phases with an extended phasing timeline of 7 years. The property is located at 8995 West Shinden Boulevard and contains approximately 4.67 acres. It is within the Rural Transition District, and it is within Meridian's area of impact. Both phases of the proposed church are planned to occupy a total of 3.77 acres. Neighboring properties are mostly agricultural in use with some residential uses. This slide shows further context of the property for the proposed church. This slide shows the site plan, which features 2 structures for the church, 100 parking spaces, which exceed the required number of parking spaces, drive aisles, a location for a proposed well, a leach field, and a trash enclosure area. The applicant has requested a deferred submittal for landscaping, lighting, and signage for the proposal. This slide shows a preliminary rendering of the proposed 2 phases of the church. Some of the agency comments received were ACHD commented that a traffic impact fee is due prior to the issuance of a building permit. A driveway approach request for any proposed driveways must be submitted, and they must comply with ACHD standard conditions of approval. The Ada County building official commented that a building permit will be required in the event that any new structure is built. Central District Health commented that a nutrient pathogen study is required, and it has not been determined if a septic system for this use can or will be permitted. The City of Meridian commented that the Can Ada lift station is currently being built. Water and sewer could serve the property soon. As a condition of approval, the applicant shall install a dry line for sewer and water. Once Meridian City Services are adjacent to the site, the property shall connect to city services. The City of Meridian also commented that locations for pathway connections along the southernmost lateral line should be included in the site design. As a condition of approval, the master site plan shall be modified to include a 10-foot wide public access easement along the southern boundary of the site, adjacent to the Pioneer lateral easement. The Idaho Transportation Department will require a turn lane for Phase 2 of the development. Neighbors to the south and east of the site provided the following comments. They'd like to see a 6-foot privacy fence be installed before work begins on the project to prevent trespassing and to provide visible separation. Lighting should be low intensity to minimize light pollution that impacts to neighbors. And there were concerns about well contamination from the installation of the proposed septic system. Staff finds that this application complies with Ada County Code and recommends approval to the commission. This presentation will be an exhibit to the record, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Holton. Do the commissioners have any questions for staff? Commissioner Birch?
Yeah, Mr. Holtom, I may have misunderstood when I read the report, but do I understand that if this property is annexed into the City of Meridian, that there might be a requirement to have a frontage road basically for the property?
Yeah, you're correct in reading that, but I reached out to the Idaho Transportation Department, and they did not agree with Meridian's comments for that section of the project.
Yeah, I mean, because my understanding is that it may be as much as 7 years before the second phase is built, and it would be a virtual impossibility to create a frontage road there. You'd have to condemn property clear on up to Can Ada.
Yep.
Okay. And I'm sorry, one last question. With respect, do you know with respect to the neighbor's comment about the privacy fence, are they talking about a wood fence, a block fence? What are they talking about?
I don't remember how specific they were. They just wanted visual separation.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Mr. Holton.
Any additional questions for staff? Commissioner Blitman?
I wonder if you could go back to those 3 comments by the neighborhood comments. Concerns about the well contamination from the installation of the proposed septic system. Who governs that? I mean, who's the responsible body?
Health.
And then Central District Health has to sign off on this?
Yes, they can. The project can't get a building permit without approval from Central District Health.
Okay.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Wickstrom?
So currently, there was a mention they're going to have to put in a left turn lane. So is there currently, when it's first built, are they going to be able to go coming out? Are they going to be able to make a left turn on the Chinden as well as a right, and then coming in, they'll be able to make a left turn across traffic to get in there?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And there's already, I'm trying to remember what it looks like down there, but there's sufficient room right now to get that turn lane in there.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any additional questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner
Hey, Mr. Holden. What's the reason for the deferred submittal for the lighting plan, et cetera?
I think it's just because the plan is for a deferred, well, an extended phasing timeline of 7 years. So I think a lot of it comes down to fundraising, and I bet the applicant can speak more to that.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay. If there are no more questions, we'll invite the applicant to come forward. Please state your name and address and then offer your presentation. You'll have 15 minutes.
Oh, it does. Fancy. Nice. Thank you, Commissioners. Connor Lindstrom with KM Engineering, 5725 North Discovery Way, Boise, Idaho, here representing the property owner. You can see, and Doug, thank you. You did a great job. I'm not going to try to be too over the top and go over what he said. So as he stated, we have 2 parcels here that are owned by the church. In total, it comes out to about 4.67 acres. But the church is really only looking to develop the eastern parcel, which is about 3.77 acres. There was some ITD right-of-way that has been dedicated. And so answering your question, yeah, that they've already taken some right-of-way there, and they're planning for widening that whole stretch of Chinden. So there will be ample room for a turn lane. Going forward, as Doug stated, this property is within the Rural Urban Transition District. It's surrounded by RUT zone properties. Still fairly rural out here, no sewer or water availability to connect at this time. But as it comes, the church is envisioning to connect when possible. We have the site plan here. Just going into this a little more. So as Doug stated, we have just over 100 parking spaces. That includes some ADA spaces. And then we have a full circulating driveway that'll go around the proposed building, and that'll allow for fire services to, serve a fire around the building. It also will help for, traffic flow through the site, especially as folks are coming to church or leaving church. That'll just add some more flow and get rid of any congestion opportunities. And then on the east side, that box you see with the 2 in the middle, that's the proposed septic drain field. And the well would be up at on the north side of the site. North is to your left. And so the phasing that we're requesting here is for, phase 1 would be completed within the 2-year time frame that's required with the conditional use permit. That's covers the south half of the overall proposed church, and that is approximately 11,000 square feet. So that would include, restrooms, office, your main sanctuary meeting space there with the multi-purpose space behind it, and that would all be within the 2-year time frame. We would also, the church is looking to put in all their site improvements and infrastructure parking within that phase 1 as well. And then the 7-year time frame, Doug is right. There's some fundraising that still happens, has to happen for the church to fully build out. So that's why we are requesting that 7 years to provide ample time for them to fundraise and ultimately get to their full build out. And phase 2 includes about 7,000 square feet, and that would have your, sanctuary space, bathroom, storage, bell tower, and baptistry. And so these renderings, especially on the far right, are a little outdated from the architect before we submitted. So, but this shows you what it's generally going to look like. It will be a very nice space and, house the congregation into the future. And so with that, as far as the conditions of approval, we are in agreement with the conditions. We also hear where the neighbor is coming from to the east, and we are supportive of erecting a fence along that eastern property boundary line that is directly adjacent to where their house is. And if I go back here, you might be able to see it better. So you'll see the house directly east. It has that blue roof on it. So the church is proposing to erect a fence with Phase 1 along that eastern side, and that would be a solid fence. The church will have to figure out exactly what that fence will be, but I would assume wood or a vinyl fence of some kind that's solid. That would help with screening. And then ultimately with Phase 2 and down the road, they would actually fence the entire property boundary, east, west, and south. So yeah, that is their plan. And I also have Laura here with Holy Transfiguration Church, who can speak a little more. I don't know, but I'll leave up the site plan for you.
Just please state your name and address for the record as well.
Laura Bachnack. I am a member of the Holy Transfiguration Orthodox Church, which is currently located at 225 West Carlton in Meridian. And I just wanted to take an opportunity to say thank you. Thank you to Connor. Thank you to Doug for his support in terms of putting together the application. And thank you for all of you who are here tonight taking into consideration our application. We are available for questions. I have some additional folks here as well if you have any questions that we can help answer.
Do the commissioners have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Birch.
Just a couple of questions. Would there be any outdoor activities at the church? Like, for example, events, weddings, I don't know, basketball, hoops, that type of thing that would create noise?
Typically, yes, there are events that would occur. We don't have a regular schedule for them. That said, we typically do have on Sunday afternoons, we have gatherings, and also occasionally throughout the year, based on weddings, baptisms, other events that we have, there could be activities in the outside.
Okay. And so would there be a time frame in which you'd cut that off during the days? For example, if the neighbor said, well, there's kids out there playing basketball till midnight.
Yeah, we have not established what that time is, but assuming that a neighbor would come forward and ask for a time, we would certainly take that into consideration, yeah.
Thank you. What about the neighbor's comment about the low-level lighting instead of the pole lighting? Is that acceptable?
Yes, we're absolutely planning to be in alignment with the landscaping plans as required. So I would assume that when that point comes during the Phase 2 preparation, that would be part of the requirement.
And then finally, with respect to erecting the fence, I assume that the church would also agree not just to erect it, but also to maintain it
Yes, on our side.
in good condition, right? And I presume when you say on our side, that assumes it's a wooden fence, probably.
From what I understand, it needs to be for a true privacy fence, vinyl or wood. We had not made the design decision in terms of which that would be.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Wickstrom?
Is the, I guess it could be step, is the landscape plan a part of the report in here? Is there it looks like it's been submitted.
We do not have a landscape plan yet. In line with the Phase 1 and Phase 2, we do need to do quite a bit of fundraising. So that said, there's an element of preparing for the Phase 2, which will require a lot of additional work in that space. For the Phase 1, prior to that going for building approval, then we would have a landscaping plan for Phase 1.
In Phase 1. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any additional questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Murphy?
Hi there.
Hi.
I think this might have been wrapped up on that previous question, but does that include the lighting submittal deferral as well
For Phase 1.
for Phase 1? And then also, when do you envision starting to use this church?
As soon as we get approval to do so. So at this point, we're planning for the 2-year period.
You're planning for 2 years?
For the back Phase 1, Phase 2, we are several years out.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional? Commissioner Blitman?
I wondered if you were aware of the concerns of the neighbor and if you had made any actions to reach out to the neighbor and resolve those and how those went.
So not since receiving the report, the staff report last week. We did have the neighbor at the neighborhood meeting, and we discussed these things openly with the understanding that ultimately, long-term, we haven't decided on the design that we would want for a final fence. But certainly in terms of the desire for a fence, I think we're all in agreement that property should be fenced.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Wickstrom?
On a commercial septic system like this, what, will there be grass covering that area?
That is the plan right now. Yes, we're still working with the septic engineers to design the requirements and working with Central District Health.
So it could essentially be used as an activity area in the future?
I don't
I don't know how that-
believe I know the answer to that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Blitman?
Were there other people that attended the community meeting, and what other kinds of concerns did people have?
There was one other neighbor that joined, so effectively there were 5 property owners, of which one is ourselves because of the parcel that is next door. There were 2 additional that joined. Similar concerns around ultimately, ensuring the value of the properties and something beautiful that's there that would support that value.
Thank you.
Any additional? Okay, we thank the applicant very much for their time. I'll go ahead and open this up for public testimony. You guys you can sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do have someone who wrote in the applicant section of this one. If you'd like to speak, it's Mark Fenn. Is that correct? Mark Fenn? If not,
I would just wrote, I was.
if you're going to speak, I'm going to need you to come forward. Sorry. It's so the mic can hear you for the record. So, yeah, just please state your name and address.
Hello, I'm Father Mark Finn. I live in Meridian, 1821 West Tracy Court. I'm the pastor of the church, and I'm just one of the main applicants on there. And so I also wanted to say thank you very much for allowing us to come forward and to just submit this plan. Thank you. And if any other questions, I'd be certainly willing to answer them for you.
Any questions?
Yeah,
Thank you so much, Father.
thank you.
Next up, I have a Paul, is it Weirman? I'm sorry, I'm terrible with handwriting.
I signed that by mistake.
All right, okay, you're probably the other one? I got you, okay. Thank you. All right,
We'll give you a do-over.
yeah, yeah. Judy McConnell? Just please state your name and address, and you'll have three minutes.
Commissioners and staff, my name is Judy McConnell, 8825 West Chinden. My property joins the east and the south side of the church's property. I'm asking for a 6-foot privacy fence due to lack of maintenance of their weeds by spraying and mowing. I've reached out many times to various people without resolution, resulting in stealing our time and picking the tumbleweeds as the prevailing winds blow from them to us year-round, and the extra financial costs that is cost us for chemical for repeating spraying during the growing season to stop the infestation of the weed seed from them on the fence line in our land. They have purchased the property last April 2024. At the neighborhood meeting in April, I asked about a privacy fence and was told, no fence, not required, and no money. Going forward, I'm asking for a privacy fence because 50% of their property will be developed into a meditation outside venue, which could support up to 300 people according to information submitted to you. This piece of ground mirrors my vegetable garden, my flower garden, our courtyard, our front door, where we live every day. The fence I'm asking for would provide visual peace for us, stop weed invasion, and help with the sound and the dirt of construction, as their timeline will be going on up to 7 years, they said. As I drive in the country, I see privacy fence all over, around developments separating the surrounding farms. I also want to address the outside lighting. When the light goes down, the sun goes down at our place, the lights go out. And I'm asking for ground lighting in a meditation outside venue, soft indirect lighting pointing down on buildings and parking lots. We are still a farm and we still live in the country. Thank you for your time. My family and my livestock, we do have livestock, would really appreciate a ruling for a 6-foot privacy fence to be installed when permits are activated and construction begins, and for the lighting to basically be non-existent, since night is a time to rest, not a time for illumination. Do you have any questions?
Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Judy.
Hi.
So you say a privacy fence,
Yes.
6 foot. What does that mean to you?
That means something you cannot see through, and that the wind won't take all their weeds and all the, there's been a lot. I have emotion. At the meeting that we had, we did talk about a lot of things. And since that meeting that we had, there still had not been taking care of the weeds. And like right now, I went out to work in the garden this morning, and all those little weeds, they're blowed over, they're that far on our field fence that I have to reach over to get. I don't know, I want something that you can't see through, that will keep the stuff on their side, that I don't have to look at them, that I can just enjoy what I've enjoyed for over 30 years there.
Okay, thank you. And then, let's see. Mr. Chair, could I ask Mr. Holton something? Sure. Real quick. Is the privacy fence in the list of conditions?
They will have to submit a landscaping plan, which will include screening.
Well, screening,
Oh.
yes,
1 second, ma'am.
okay.
So now, does that happen before they start digging, before the shovel goes in the ground?
They have 7 years, but I believe the applicant just said that they will install it sooner rather than later.
Is there anything that can be put in, just throwing ideas out that indicates when the shovel goes in, you have to have the fence up, or?
Yeah, it is part of the conditions of approval to
Okay.
get building permits that they will have to submit
Okay,
plans for that.
thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else?
Judy-
Ma'am, can you?
Judy.
Judy, can you please come back? The thank you is for Mr. Holden. So,
Thank you for him. I'm sorry.
no worries.
I didn't want to take any extra time.
Commissioner Birch?
So Judy,
Yeah,
if the privacy fence that's put in is a wooden fence, as the applicant said, they would maintain their side of the fence. Now, you would have to maintain the other side of the fence, which means staining it or doing whatever to keep it looking nice. Is that something you'd be willing to do if that's the type of fence they erect?
well, I would have to say if whatever they put in, I will have to make it work if it's privacy. We keep our place very clean. I have painted our house by myself 3 times. I'm just saying, we'll keep whatever we have to do. I'm not really worried about what I do. I'm concerned about what they're really going to do, because I have a record that they haven't been willing to communicate with me, and I've called and asked them many times about different other issues, and there's been no response. So just to let you know, wood fences, they rot. They probably have a life expectancy of maybe, depending on how far the spacing is between, if it's like a 6 foot every 6 feet, they rot at the bottom, and they need to put it in with cement. They need to have a whole bunch of things to make it appropriate. My side would look very nice. I don't know about their side.
Okay. All right, one last question. The ag activities that you do on your property, I mean, those are going to create noise and whatnot. And so this is kind of a Holtum question as well, Mr. Holtum. So in the past, when we've had somebody put up a structure that is next to a piece of ground that's being used for agricultural activities, we've had a recognition by the people that are putting up the new structure that ag activities do occur right next to them. And so if they're running tractors or combines or whatever they might be doing during times when it might bother people in the church, they would be entitled to do that. Is that something that could be done here with respect to the approval? If we go ahead and approve it, say we approve it, but we're adding the condition, and I'm looking at Leon as well, because I know he's been involved in these. We're adding a condition that the applicant understands that there are ag activities that are next door.
I'm happy to address that, Commissioner. Agriculture is a protected use. The Right to Farm Act in the state of Idaho protects what Judy here does. And so, I think we could add language in the findings or a condition, but it's really unnecessary in the sense that it's already protected, it's already allowed to be there. I mean, if you're asking for some disclosure to every member of the church that egg is next door, I think it's going to be pretty obvious when they pull into church that there's egg next door. But I mean, it's at the discretion of the P&Z if you wanted to add some language to that effect. But I think it's pretty well covered by what state law requires and what Ada County Code allows for agricultural uses already. But
Good, very helpful, thank you.
Any additional questions? So I do just have one question, and it's just a clarifying question for you. So would you be more, I wouldn't say approving of, but just more approving of the project if we put as a condition that they are required to put up a 6-foot privacy fence? It's not just screening, but be more specific in what the requirement is, as well as be specific in the requirement for ground lighting? Would you feel much more comfortable in that? Because they've already said they would do that, so it's not hard for us to just say that and make that a condition.
That would be very appreciated. I understand people buy lands. I know they have dreams. I've lived my dream for a long time out there. But yes, I want privacy fence. I want it up before they start anything. Because as they've already stated, they are in the process of gathering funds and working forward, and it's going to take them a long time for this to ever get manifested the way they want it done. And during that time, since I live there 24/7, and we work there, that would be great to have a privacy fence, not a screening. And we would talk about having it put up, and we would make whatever they selected. It would have to be sturdy, because they currently have animals and stuff on that property now, which has been an issue for me also. But no, and the ground lighting, that would be great, because I know change happens. But during that change, it would be disrespectful to have these things brought to the forefront and put in place before they do and start working on their dream, since I live there.
Okay, thank you so much. Any additional questions? Commissioner Murphy?
And then just to clarify, Lori, you live,
Judy?
I'm sorry, Judy, that was the previous, I apologize.
Yeah.
You live on the east side?
I do.
Okay, gotcha.
So when you see,
I'm looking at the map right now.
okay, well, he showed the house. Anyway, so that we have the house, and we have corrals down by the bottom part, closer to Chinden. And anyway, so yeah, so we have a house, a machine shop, and all of our courtyard and stuff's up there at the end where they want to have their outdoor venue.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify,
Yeah.
thank you.
Any additional questions? Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next up, I have a Harold McConnell. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes for your testimony.
Good evening, Commissioners and staff. My name is Harold McConnell, and I live at 8825 West Chinden Boulevard, Meridian. It says our farm, property, and house borders the east and south side of this property. The land use map for the Meridian Comprehensive Plan, as adopted by Ada County, designates the site as Meridian or medium density residential, which is primarily intended for single-family homes at densities of 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre. The church would be a conditional use permit in this rural urban transition district. I have a couple of concerns about this development. Number one, the septic system placement on the property for commercial use for 350 people. Our domestic well for drinking water is only 44 feet off the property line in front of our house. The City of Meridian Public Works Department provided the following comment: the proposed septic system may be a concern for existing private wells in the area. I've not seen any site plan for the commercial septic system and field drains in relationship to our domestic well. Number two, our outside lighting of the parking area, roads, and activity area, which I understand will be across from our house, which is located 70 feet off the property line. I haven't seen a site plan for lighting, but I hope they are required to use directional or ground lighting, and not flood lighting or high-intensity lights. Number 3, privacy fencing. Berms or screening has not been indicated on the site plan. I hope they are required to install a 6-foot privacy fence, and I prefer a vinyl fence, between our properties during Phase 1 when they are building out the infrastructure for this project. There is a lot of new development out in our area. When I'm driving around, I notice that all the new construction sites put up 6-foot privacy fences when the infrastructure is being done before buildings are constructed. I hope that the Board of the Ada County Commissioners require a 6-foot privacy fence to be installed when the church property infrastructure is being developed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Is there any questions? Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, I have a Daniel, is it Baez? Daniel B-E-A-Z? Beal? Yeah. Sorry. Please state your name and address.
My name
About
is
3 minutes.
my name is Danny Beal, 4130 West Beacon Light Road, Eagle, Idaho. I'm a property owner on the west side. The kind of T-shaped thing, those 2 little parcels are mine. I was at the initial meeting, and with the fence, all of a sudden I heard today for the first time that they were going to build a fence. When we were there, they said they're not going to build a fence. There's no money for a fence. This is a farm. I'm concerned that people, try, kids, or if there's a wedding, people go. It's hard enough to get a farmer as stuff is becoming more and more urban. If there's a problem, I just think a fence ought to be a part of it. I think they ought to have a fence on my side too, and it ought to be put in before the works starts. I don't even know that I should have to maintain it. I mean, this is farmland. If there was a farm going in over there, fine, but this is a whole nother thing where they're expecting over 100 people. The other thing that concerns me, that's issue one. The other thing that concerns me is, this is a 55-mile-an-hour road. When I called quite a bit ITD, they said, oh yeah, there's only going to be right in, right out. Did I misunderstand that now they're saying they can make left turns onto Chinden? That seems crazy to me. The other thing is, we just had, you see that black line there, we just had they're widening Chinden, and so now that black line is the new property line. They're widening it so it's going to be, a couple lanes each way. Well, it seems like that lane that I was forced to sell my property is going to be a turn lane for the church. Now, I know during peak hours, there's not there, but this is a church. This is a church-going community here. Sunday mornings are kind of busy, and it just seems crazy to have. They say when phase 2 is built, they'll do that, but phase 1, they're going to have 100 people coming in and out. It seems there needs to be a right in, right out, which I was told by ITD that was already, and they also said they were going to be required to build a lane, a right-in lane, which is on there. It was on what you showed, but that was only till phase 2, which is years out. I think that lane, I just think it's important for safety. I don't understand. And when I come here today, I got different information than ITD gave me. Anyway, right in, right out, and an extra lane for turning, and a fence, and I put neutral on my thing if they do that. Okay, that's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone have any questions?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Murphy.
Mr. Chairman. Danny, how you doing?
Good.
So just to clarify one of your concerns, it looks like ITD on a letter dated May 30th, 2025 says that they require a turn lane for both phase 1 and phase 2.
Oh, so there is a turn. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Yeah.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Wickstrom?
Just to clarify, so you don't have the house that's there to the west?
No,
You're just
no,
land-
I do not
you're
live
just
there.
You're
That's
just
my
the farm
field.
land?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Any
Chairman.
additional questions? Thank you, sir, very much
All
for
right,
the
thank you.
testimony. That's it for the list of people I have. Is there anyone additionally in here that would like to, is there anyone online, I guess I should ask for this? Is there anyone in here that would like to speak to this item? Please just raise your hand. All right. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public testimony. Oh, excuse me, I'm skipping ahead of myself. We'll now ask staff some additional questions from the commissioners that have come up from the project, given the testimony. Does any commissioner have questions for staff? Commissioner Blitman.
I'm wondering if there are noise ordinances that are just general noise ordinances that impact everybody.
Yes, you are correct, yes.
So what are they? Do you know?
Off the top of my head, I can't.
I want to say it's 10, isn't it?
I believe it's 10. but,
Unincorporated data is 10, I believe.
Chairman, Commissioner, it's there's not a set decibel level or anything to that effect. It's basically just a reasonable level of noise is accepted until 10 o'clock at night, and then after that, it's generally quiet hours, so.
And then I'm wondering if it would be appropriate, a lot of conversations have come up around fencing, and the condition is just a very generic condition that says a landscape plan will be submitted. Am I reading that right? I don't have the right.
Yes, you are, but part of the review for landscaping includes fencing and screening.
But that, yeah, is not specifically called out in the condition. And I'm wondering if we could do a call out in the condition that would say, to include providing fencing. And then it's unclear to me if you've had conversations with the applicant about fencing on just the east side or fencing on the whole property.
I haven't had those conversations, no.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is it might be appropriate if we wanted to ensure that the fencing was addressed, that we would add that to condition number 1 by just inserting a comment at the end saying that includes a 6-foot privacy fence, however we want to say it.
All right, I've got that written down. Anything else?
Any additional questions? Commissioner Wickstrom?
Thank you. I was wondering they're on septic right now, and then they will hook up when sewer and water gets out there. They're going to have a significant investment in that commercial septic area. So there's no, at one point, they can't just be mandated to tie in if it gets close. How close does water and sewer have to be in there for it?
In my conditions of approval, I write when they're adjacent to the site. And another condition of approval is that they install a dry line as part of this project. So when the services are there, they will connect to it.
When they're adjacent to the sites. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any additional
It's condition
questions?
number 17.
So I just have a couple questions, and Commissioner Blitman already addressed it. And having done this for a bit now, I just want to be clarify our verbiage, as I think the recommendation, if this does go to a vote for approval, will likely be for a privacy fence, and we want to make sure that we define it properly. So are we allowed to go as specific as 6-foot privacy fence, wood or vinyl on the surrounding? Is that something that is, we can at this level say do that and you guys will manage it?
Yeah, Chairman, for sure, you could add on to the condition already in place, requiring a landscaping plan be approved prior to issuance of permits, and within that specify certain types of fencing and its location, so.
Yeah, because I do want to make sure that when we see neighborhoods go up, granted, if we're talking about the difference between a massive corporation like Hubble or something like that, putting up privacy fences before they dig, understanding a church is a bit more constrained in funding. But similar situation, trying to ensure that we have a privacy fence situation before the noise of and unsightliness of construction starts, similar to how we would approach a neighborhood. So obviously we'll talk to the applicant about that, but I just want to make sure that's fine to do. Okay.
Can I clarify? You said can or cannot?
You can be specific to that
Okay.
effect, yeah.
All right.
And I have a question
Yeah, go ahead.
for Doug or Leon. Do we need to be specific about the timing of the construction of the fence?
I think more clarity, the better.
Yeah. Same with lighting, I would assume as well. More clarity, the better.
I guess my question is on the lighting. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, no worries.
My question on the lighting is, I know that the Ada County has the dark sky ordinance that requires a certain amount of lighting, a certain standard of lighting, and that would apply in this situation, correct?
That is correct.
And so I don't know enough about lighting to say how much further how much more we should be mandating lighting. I don't know how to describe that.
Chairman Commissioners, our lighting code is dark sky friendly for sure, and so all light is to be down shielded so that it doesn't intrude on, adjoining properties. Obviously, light's light, you can't completely block it out, but there is a lot that our code requires in the form of the height of the light, how far from the property line it is, and the type of down shielding that is installed. So I know Connor's very familiar with that section of our code. So the lighting plan that has been requested as a deferred submittal will be reviewed against that section of code, and will ensure that, the intent is to keep light on the property and not on the adjoining properties.
Any additional questions, Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and kind of to piggyback off of some of the good comments on this, it's almost like you need a preliminary landscaping plan, because the lighting plan, they're not going to have an official lighting plan until they get probably to the parking lot portion, I'm guessing. Excuse me. But something on paper saying this is kind of what we're looking at, and it's open to, an amendment, but these are the type of fixtures that we're going to use. I think type of fixture is probably the most important part as opposed to where exactly they're going, because the light itself will adhere to Ada County code. And then a preliminary landscaping showing a fence where they're going to put the fence. It doesn't have to be perfect to scale for the rest of the project, but at least a big rectangle or however much fence they're going to have, and then also indicating this is the type of light we're going to use, and obviously that will change, but then again, in 5 years, this will come up again as a conditional use permit, which is before, I believe, right, 5 years?
I believe not for a church.
No, not for a church. So a CUP is, a conditional is just,
Yes.
okay, so it won't be coming back up before 7 years. Well, I'm glad I asked that then, okay.
Unless, yeah.
Anyway, that's just some thoughts, thank you.
Chairman Commissioners, you could always add that condition, but we've been a part of some of those views. I don't think it's the most effective way to get things done. I think you try to condition a project well from the start and allow the building permit process to handle it from there. So.
Yeah, because there's a separate building permit that they'll have to do too, so. Any additional questions of staff? All right, thank you so much. We'll go ahead and invite the applicant back forward for their rebuttal. You'll have, I keep getting this wrong, it's 10 minutes, or is it?
That's at your discretion. 5 is what I've seen the board
Okay,
use,
we'll
but
do-
you can certainly do 10 if you'd like.
We'll do 5, because I keep getting told by my fellow commissioners, you keep messing that up. It's 5. You have 5 minutes. Please restate your name and address again, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Connor Lindstrom with KM Engineering, 5725 North Discovery Way, Boise, representing Holy Transfiguration. So I know we have a lot of questions here. I'm just going to try to clarify all of them as quickly as possible. So the process for this conditional use permit, if you were to approve it tonight, we have 2 years to complete the conditions of approval. And so what that means is within 2 years, we need to complete a landscaping submittal package that'll go before staff, and they'll have to review it, make sure it meets code. We'll have to submit a lighting package as well as a sign plan, and all of those will have to meet the standards of the code. And so at that time is when we would prepare our lighting package, which would include a photometric plan as well, and it'll ensure that all lights cut off, shielded to meet the dark skies ordinance. Furthermore, before we obtain a building permit, all that'll have to be done as well. And so there are some checks and balances in there already. As for the landscaping requirements, Doug is correct. There is some landscaping required adjacent to the road and uses, but there is not a current requirement that a fence has to be erected for screening. That's not a standard for a church. However, the church is willing to work with the neighbors and go above and beyond to erect that fence and maintain it on the east side, adjacent to that neighbor with the house for phase 1. And then with phase 2, erect a fence and maintain it fully around the full width, of the property and the boundary there. And we believe the immediate need is definitely to screen from the neighbor to the east with the house there. We understand the other neighbors' concerns with folks going into the farmland. Frankly, that's trespassing. So people shouldn't be on that property anyways. And we think that, the codes and the state codes that we have in place already kind of address that. But as that property develops, if it does develop before phase 2 happens, we can also look at adding a fence at that time. But with the lack of sewer and water in this area, it'll probably be farmland beyond phase 2 of this church going in. So with phase 2, the entire fence would be erected. And yeah, with conditions of approval, I think you can dial that in more if you like, and we're amendable to that. So I think that addresses most of it. The septic system was another thing that came up. So with the septic system, we have to get approval from Central District Health, and there is a nutrient pathogen study that has to be completed too. So there's a lot of extensive studies that have to go into effect. Central District Health also has regulations on where drain fields and septic tanks can be located, and there's a buffer required between dwellings and other, wells and such. So we're going to rely on those agencies to hopefully regulate the church and make the right call on where those can be located on site. And they're already working with Lori over at Central District Health to get those permits in place. I think the last thing was traffic with ITD. So as I stated before, there's a dedication that's actually already happened, and ITD is requiring those turn lanes. There are turn lane warrants that have to be done by a traffic engineer as well. They'll have to provide, or I believe it's a traffic engineer, but anyway, we have to provide the number of trips that are going to be generated by this development, and then they implement that into their system, I think, and generate a report. So it's a little over my head. I'm not a traffic engineer, but there are active things happening to make sure that we have the means to, regulate traffic coming in and out of this site. So are there any other questions that you may have or things I did not address?
Any additional questions? Commissioner Wickstrom?
So the intention, though, will be in the back part where the back parking lot is, that's probably going to be the light problem there. And the whole parking lot will be lit, though?
So Commissioner Wickstrom, the intent is to illuminate the site in a way that is, for security, but also to meet the requirements of the code. So I'm not sure that the church has any plans at this time as to how they're going to light the site. I also am not certain on the Ada County Code's requirements for parking lot lighting, if that is a requirement. Given that the church won't be doing too many services in the evening hours, perhaps they won't even have lighting on the parking area. I'm not quite certain, but kind of to answer your question, it'll have to meet the code. I know that's a cop-out.
Thank you, Mr. Johnston.
Any additional? Commissioner Blitman?
I just want to clarify that I understand about the fencing. So it sounds like the applicant is agreeable to a requirement that the fence be installed in phase 1. And one of the questions has been, is it the beginning of phase 1 or the end of phase 1? So I would probably say at the beginning of phase 1 that the fence is the first thing that's installed, kind of language. And then at the beginning of phase 2, you would install the balance of the fence along the south and the west part of the property.
Commissioner
Is that-
Blitman, that sounds great. I think for clarity purposes, the fence will have to be erected before we obtain a building permit, so it would be included with the improvements. As for what goes when, do we pave first and then put the fence in or whatnot? I don't know if there's any code that dictates when that happens, but if you want to be very specific in your condition, I think you could require that the fence is the first thing that happens.
It kind of would show our intention.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we're now ready to close the public testimony portion of this meeting with respect to this project, and I open up the floor to one of my fellow commissioners for a motion in favor or against the project, and then we'll discuss.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Blitman?
I move that, based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained therein, and the testimony from the public hearing, that this commission approves project number 2025-00931-CU-MSP, subject to the conditions of approval attached as Exhibit A and the master site plan dated April 30th, 2025, with the following adjustment. Under Condition 1, it says the applicant or ownership shall submit a finalized landscape plan that complies with Article AF 84F of the Ada County Code and is prepared by a licensed landscape design proposal. And the next sentence should say, this plan shall include 6-foot privacy fences around the east, the south, and the west portion of the property. And then another condition, it could be like renumbering it or condition, kind of condition 1A would be the fencing shall be installed at the beginning of Phase 1 for the east side of the property, and at the beginning of Phase 2 for the south and the west side of the property.
Thank you, Commissioner Blitman. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Wickstrom has seconded. Commissioner Blitman, do you want to speak on your motion?
Yeah, I mean, everybody had their conversations and had an opportunity to say what things are important to them, and I live beside something that I don't like very much, and I can appreciate wanting a privacy fence there, and I think that's a very reasonable request for this longtime resident with this new use that's coming in next door. And I think it's reasonable to have it fenced around the whole property, but I can understand the timing issue. I'm involved in a lot of nonprofit work, and I can appreciate the timing issue. And I appreciate that let's take care of the people that are living full-time on the one side, and then let's take care of everybody else. And I think fences make for good neighbors in this situation, so.
Thank you. Commissioner Wickstrom, would you like to add?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, there's, when it comes down to the fencing, I guess the one thing, I would even want to be more specific as far as your amendment, just even make it either as condition 21, similar to what you're saying, but just be specific and make it a vinyl fence, a 6-foot privacy vinyl fence along the east side during Phase 1, during the beginning of Phase 1, and then the south and west sides during the beginning of Phase 2. Just give it a time and a specific type of fence. If you're going with wood, that could leave a lot of things open. And a vinyl fence would be more uniform, especially if you're going to put them in at different times, years apart possibly. You're going to get some, and with wood, you're going to get some fading and deterioration. But yeah, there's concerns with the traffic out there, but it's not a huge congregation, and hopefully with that left turn lane going in early, that will alleviate some of that. But it's going to be a nice looking building on a high visibility street. I guess I'm asking could I amend your motion?
I mean, my comment is I feel like I'm not in the trenches enough to understand the pros and the cons of vinyl and wood, and I would like the applicant to work that out with our planning staff at that point and not be dictating, this. I've seen vinyl fences that are trashed after 5 years too. So I guess I'm like, I let the process work.
And my thought would be that if wood leaves a lot of imagination, you could just get some very simple dog-eared wooden fence, slatted fence. Will do the job, but won't look very good. And I'm sure that they want the church to look good, but if it comes down to cost, and maybe cost would overrule appearance, because it would be a lot of fencing to put in.
I'm agreeable to changing if everybody else wants it changed. I was just trying to leave it open for our staff to do their stuff.
Does anyone have any additional comments on the current amendment or current motion? Commissioner Birch?
Yeah, a couple of things. I appreciate Commissioner Blitman's amendment. One thing I would like to see added to it, though, is that in addition to the timing of when the fence is constructed, I would say that it would be installed, as Commissioner Blitman has said, and then add the words, and thereafter continually maintain the fence in good condition and repair. And then the other thing is a concern that I've got, listening to the McConnells, is that they don't want to be able to have people be able to see through the fence, and they don't want weeds and whatnot to blow through the fence. So say, for example, you put up a chain link fence and put vinyl slats in there. Possibly you could do that, but that would not be nearly as effective as the type of fence that, for example, Commissioner Wickstrom is talking about, where you put in a solid vinyl fence that is 6 foot tall. You're not going to be able to see through it. The weeds and stuff may blow over the top of it, but they're not going to blow through it like they would if you put up a chain link with slats in it. So I don't know exactly how you go about dealing with that, but I think, and I don't want to put words in the McConnell's mouth, but I think that what the McConnells are after is block the view. And so you could have different opinions on what a privacy fence is. The privacy fence that should be required is one that completely blocks the view.
And if I were to just respond, I can be more than happy to amend the motion to include the maintenance, and I'm more than happy to include the motion to include a privacy fence that completely blocks the view. So
That would do it for me, Commissioner Blitman.
Would be, if we include the word solid in there, a solid fence. A chain link fence with vinyl slats is not a solid fence.
I feel like we're starting to get super into the weeds, and we need to put
Think
some
we are.
faith into our staff here that they can handle what our intent is. I mean, we're starting to really make some specific policy that maybe the neighbors don't even want. Maybe one neighbor said they wanted vinyl fence, the other didn't say anything about the type of fence they wanted. So I think I think understanding our staff is pretty smart, that we can put a solid, I agree, solid privacy fence.
that's maintained.
That's maintained, and that would be understood, because I don't like getting into the vinyl thing, because then, yeah, I've seen some really terrible vinyl, but I've also seen some really terrible wood. I just want to make sure that there's a lot of what I'm going to call, in the military, we called it mission creep here. We're starting to really creep into very like singular wording here, and that's something that I've never really seen us do. So I am concerned. I agree with the motion and the additions. I just worry that now we're starting to get very, very much into the weeds of what can be an adult discussion between the applicant and their neighbors and such. So that's just my thoughts on that. I saw you had your hand. I didn't mean to jump in front. Normally I don't do that, but Commissioner Murphy, if you had anything.
No, Mr. Chair, I was going to kind of go down the same path on that, and maybe just say a non-permeable solid fence, and then let them figure out what it's going to be, and I think that's pretty descriptive enough.
So I'm glad to restate my motion. Under one, the first part of the motion was the landscape design includes a fence, and the 1A, which you can reorder that wherever you need to have it go in the order, but a related condition would be that the fencing be a solid fence that is maintained by the continuously
Maintained in good repair and condition.
maintained in good repair by the applicant. And that sums up our intention. With the east side of the fence to be constructed at the beginning of Phase 1, and the south and west side to be constructed at the beginning of Phase 2.
All right.
Chairman Scott, one of the questions.
We have a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do we have a second?
Yes, second.
All right, Commissioner Wickstrom, you second. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Commissioner Blitman, and I'm looking at Leon here also, are we comfortable that the existing provisions in the code will do with lighting what the neighbor wants to have done?
I'm comfortable based on the questions I asked during the hearing, because we do the night sky stuff all the time. But some people's, like, they want no lights, which might not be appropriate for safety concerns. So I'd rather trust whatever our policies are, because I would be more worried, honestly, about people in a dark parking lot doing things that they shouldn't be doing. So,
So, Mr. Chairman, there are plenty of churches in residential neighborhoods that somehow they're able to light their parking lots or not have any lighting at all, minimize it to where the neighbors seem to be okay with it. So it's not a new concept to go in and light a parking lot at a church that it gets along with the neighbors. And maybe it's a
think
matter
that's
of
part
shutting
of
it off.
I think it's part of the dark skies
Yeah.
and stuff, so yeah, because I know that's quite restrictive. I've seen
So-
a lot of it, unfortunately, a lot of stuff we've seen is previous to the dark skies laws that came out. So when you see like big, huge, bright parking lots that came before that, the latest ones, they have like dimmable LEDs and everything, it's pretty neat, so yeah. No, I agree with you,
That makes sense to me.
yeah, all right. Any additional comments? All right, we have motion second. With that being said, I'll go ahead and bring Commissioner Blitman's motion to a vote. All those in favor of approval, say aye.
Aye.
I also say aye. All those opposed, seeing none. Motion carries. Thank you so much for everyone involved in that. Next up, we have item number 2025-00816-CU-MSP, and it's Mary Wall. And we look to Mr. Sandoval Claremont, or, yes, sorry, it's on another page. For the staff report. Yeah, no.
It's fine, my name's difficult to pronounce.
I understand, I had to scroll, I was like, where'd it go? And then I had to scroll down. Oh, am I like leaning back like I'm,
Both of you just.
oh, we're not close enough?
okay, all right,
Okay.
gotcha.
Yeah, it might be a little bit.
Okay. So, okay, I think everyone can hear me. So,
It
good
doesn't
evening.
move.
Oh,
I'm not tall enough.
good evening, Commissioners. Project 2025-00816-CU-MSP is a request for a contractor's yard on an approved and existing gravel extraction site. The property in question is located at West 10 Mile Creek Road and is currently zoned rural preservation and is approximately 80 acres in size. There are currently gravel pits operating on the property, and they are approved through separate applications unassociated with the contractor's yard. The one will be undergoing a reclamation process in the near future. As shown on the site plan, the proposed use will take place completely on the northern part of the property. The construction materials, vehicles, and equipment will all be stored on the site, and all of this will be located at least a minimum of 50 feet away from the property, any property line. And additionally, the parking area for the gravel pit the gravel pit office, which can be seen at the entrance to the property, will be expanded with 2 additional parking spaces for the 2 expected employees for the contractor's yard, which would total 6 parking spaces with an additional handicap parking space. The hours of operation will be between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m., though, as indicated by the applicant in their detailed letter, they don't expect more than 10 vehicle trips per day, and it'll likely average less than 2 per day. As you can see, the surrounding area is not very developed, and the nearest residence is approximately 1,000 feet away from the property boundary to the southeast. It should be noted, however, that this property does abut the proposed Spring Rock Community Development, though based on their phasing plan, the development will not reach the area abutting this property for a good deal of time. They plan to start phase 1, I believe, in the northwestern part of the Spring Rock development. So due to the lack of the surrounding development and the manner in which the gravel extraction use has altered the property, the applicant is requesting that the landscaping plan requirement for the contractor's yard be waived. The property elevation is approximately 60 to 80 feet lower than the surrounding properties, and there would be significant shielding provided by the natural terrain and the sand and gravel stockpiles that are existing on the site. The only property that would be unscreened from the proposed use would be the 400-acre property to the north, which is owned by the Bureau of Land Management and is completely undeveloped as it currently stands. Additionally, this portion of the property does not have any water rights, and it would therefore make it prohibitively expensive to adhere to the standard landscaping requirements we would typically require for a contractor's yard. There are two additional important points to note, and the first is that the previous approval for the existing gravel pit did not include any landscaping plan. And the second is that this use, the contractor's yard, would be limited to 5 years before requiring a resubmittal. And as I mentioned earlier with the Spring Rock Community Development Plan, it's not going to develop to the point where it will be impacted by this use within that 5-year time frame. Once that 5-year time frame is up, the landscaping plan requirement could be reevaluated if the applicant comes back to reapply for the contractor's yard. No agency comments in opposition to the proposed use were submitted, and only the engineering division had additional requirements, and these will be added as conditions of approval. And no public comments were submitted as well. So staff finds that the project complies with Ada County Code and recommends that the commission approve project 2025-00816-CU-MSP, subject to the findings of fact and the conclusions of law. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sandoval-Claremont. Any questions from the staff?
You mentioned that this is beside a future development.
Yes, the Spring Rock Community
So
Development.
the Spring Rock community, were those landowners notified about the public hearing and the opportunity to make comments?
Yes, they would have been included in the transmittal process when we sent out the radius notice. I didn't receive any comments from them, or I don't believe anybody from their group is here tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? That being said, we'll go ahead and ask the applicant to come forward and state your name and address, as well as offer your presentation. You'll have 15 minutes.
Mary Wall, 5636 North
Ma'am,
Portsmouth
can you
Avenue.
put the mic down? Sorry.
Should I repeat?
Yeah, please go ahead. Thank you.
My name is Mary Wall, 5636 North Portsmouth Avenue in Boise. And I don't have a presentation tonight. I figure the project's pretty simple, and Elias covered it pretty well. One comment I would make is that there is a berm along all of 10 Mile Road, so even if that other development started working down close to this property, they would not be able to see anything in the contractor's yard from that property. And we did hold a neighborhood meeting. Nobody showed up, so doesn't appear to be any neighborhood concern at this point. So, and I'm here for questions.
Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you so much. I'll go ahead and open this up for public testimony. I have two people that signed up on one line, so I'll just split them up. We have a George Mansfield. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes for your testimony.
George Mansfield, and I live just a little bit north of that property at 9775 West Hubbard Road. If you make a little picture, I will be up there. We already had words with Miss Wall here on this one. I hope my English is good enough. I'm a citizen of Idaho for 32 years, and I'm seeing the Idaho being downgraded, Californicated. I am already suffering from asthma attack from dust, from all these mines which are out there. Now, I'm gonna use some words such as crystalline silica, thixotropic, angle of repose. Crystalline silica, which they're generating, and it's the size of crystalline silica from 10 microns lower, all the way to, lower to 5 microns. It's very tiny things and you can't see it. It just gives us cancer. And that thing carries, according to studies, 30 miles away from these sites. These things don't belong anywhere where there's people around within 30 miles, not a mile, 2 miles, berm or anything. Berms don't help anything. And the studies are clear. Please look into it. If you allow any more expansion of these mines, they want to make, Ms. Wall is also working on a project north of us, right next to us on both sides of our property. Just adding carcinogenic generators. I'm not very good at speaking, but they're going to be putting crystalline silica all the way, and it's going to hit everybody in Boise, Meridian, or anywhere else. Small children are most vulnerable because they have the longest lifespan in front of them. I'm already hurting anytime there's a dust thing. Lung cancer, which these gravel pits generate, is crystalline silica, right? Little particles. It also causes silicosis, which is a disease with no cure. It's a terminal disease which chokes victims to death. Children in the neighborhood are especially vulnerable. During the community meeting we had with Ms. Walls, which was like a couple of weeks ago, people at Vallejo, I don't know if I can have that map.
I can't expand this one, unfortunately.
Well, north is Vallejo. You just had it up there. I saw Vallejo. So there'll be influence. They're the first ones here. Vallejo is that community to the north, but you can see communities everywhere. And we'll just be hit there. We already know that people next to golf courses suffer much higher incidence of cancer because of, whatever crap they're putting on their lawn. And I spoke about this in the meeting there because I care that people don't get cancer. I was kicked out by Brian Burnett from this very engineering firm, and Mary wasn't very friendly to me either. I'm out of time.
Any questions? Commissioner Birch?
No,
Commissioner Murphy? Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, go ahead.
How far again do you live, Mr. Mansfield, from the project?
Do you see that yellow, whatever?
How many miles in general?
Oh, okay, that's 1 mile, about a mile. My estimate, I can show it to you up there.
You can show it to us on this one.
I mean,
Can I? Okay.
Yeah, sure. Just, we won't be able to hear you, just point.
Right there, there's a little spot there. If you look at the yellow tip, very tip, then it's about half a mile, if I'm right. Half a mile from that very yellow tip.
Thank you.
Okay.
And have you?
Have to come back. so-
Commissioner, if you look on page 34, it says it's 1.9 miles to Hubbard Road.
Thank you. And then, just curious, how come you're wearing gloves today? Just curious.
I got myself and I'm bleeding, so
Okay.
I don't want to bleed on all over here just from previous injury. This is bad enough here.
Well, I hope
They
you-
kicked me out of the meeting last time when I spoke about this. I don't know if it's my intonation of my voice, my accent or something. With the atmosphere today, immigrants are evil, right? But I've been in the US for 42 years. I'm an immigrant from Eastern Europe. And the way I've been treated by Brian for bringing this up, the meeting was different last time. There was neighbors from Vallejo, which is that settlement, you see that, Vallejo Road, and they were extremely upset about that as well. Berm doesn't stop.
Okay, thank you.
Silica. You're gonna have thixotropicity problem because they're always doing that angle of repose. It's extremely dangerous place. Somebody can get flooded. Then they wanna put a tailings, or whatever they call it, overburden. There's water running there. It's gonna be thixotropic. Thixotropic is when a solid turns into liquid, right? Something what happened in San Francisco in an earthquake. It's not earthquake, it's just gonna be water there. These things should not be anywhere within 30 miles of human settlement. They're dangerous. Let's move them out. Let's leave this area alone. Let's just shut it down. They can go somewhere 30 miles from here.
Okay, thank you. So Commissioner Birch, you have a question?
Yeah, this is as much for staff, and I just want to clarify. So, Mr. Manfield, please stay here. Am I correct that this is purely for the contractor's yard, correct? This is the storage, basically, of contractors' materials. There might be vehicles in there, but this specific application has nothing to do with expansion of the gravel pit, correct?
Yes, Commissioner, it's specifically for the contractor's yard. The gravel pits have already had their approvals previously.
So, Mr. Mansfield, I think you've made some very interesting points, but the specific application is merely putting construction material on this property behind a berm. It's not stirring up anything, and so I don't have enough information to agree or disagree with the dangers of living close to a golf course or anything else. You may very well be right, but as far as what's before us right now, it's just taking construction equipment and putting it off of a truck onto the ground.
May I say something,
Sure.
Commissioner? First, they came for the socialist, and I didn't speak. Then they came for this, I didn't speak. Now there was nobody left. This is just the beginning. Same firm, which will be building big lot over there on 40 acres, just east of us. And then the west of us, they're gonna flood it. We have to fight them every step. I know they have an approval. The approval is an error. It was done wrongly because the whole area up there, you see that settlement is influenced by these, the flying silica, right? So I think it was an error in the beginning, and I think there's a chance not to give them an inch. First it's an inch and then it's a mile. Does it make sense what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not a very good speaker, so I don't know how to describe it. I came here, I really don't want to be here, to be honest, but I came here, because I don't think they should be doing it there. I don't think they should be doing it next to our property. I don't think they should be doing it next to Vallejo. I think what we should do with that whole area, we should move and we should stop all these operations and move it 30 miles somewhere where there's no people. That is my opinion.
Any additional questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a Linda Mansfield.
I just want to say I'm opposed.
Okay, thank you so much for showing up. With that being said, we'll go ahead and turn it over to staff for questions from the commission. Any questions for staff? I do have just one question, just for the purposes of understanding. How long has this been a gravel pit? Do you know roughly?
I believe the original approval was back in 2002, but the applicant would have a better scope of the timeframe.
So it's been at least, it's like 20 years roughly. So I just want to make sure, just to be clear on where we're at here. Is the gravel pit, correct, is not going anywhere? It's not changing. It's still going to be a gravel pit. They just are asking for a yard on it to unload equipment, correct?
Yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
That is what I understood, and Commissioner Birch asked that too. I just wanted to re-clarify. Any additional questions? Commissioner Murphy?
Also, Elias, I think we've approved another one of these similar along that stretch, and just looking at the large map figure there, it looks like there are quite a few gravel pits other than this one right there, correct?
Yes, there are quite a few excavation sites along here. I believe all of them are gravel pits, but I couldn't speak to all of them.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and invite the applicant back forward to speak with a rebuttal. You'll have 5 minutes. Again, please state your name and address.
Mary Wall, 5636 North Portsmouth Avenue in Boise. And I don't really have a lot to say at this point. I think Mr. Mansfield is concerned about another project I'm working on that are gravel pits and right now we're just asking for a contractor's yard, so.
Any questions for Ms. Wall? Commissioner Birch?
Thank you, Ms. Wall. I think that to Mr. Mansfield's comments, if you are doing something with the gravel pit that you're not allowed to do, stop. But otherwise, we understand. You're just applying for a contractor's yard.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
And I guess I just had a question, like how many vehicles are gonna be there and, how much stuff will be in the contractor's yard?
I don't remember exactly what I stated, but currently, he's got some stuff out there. There was an inspection that was done, and he was asked to come and apply for this contractor's yard so he could store it. He's a contractor here in Treasure Valley, and he does the gravel mining as well as other construction, and so some of his construction equipment, some of his, like, pipe and stuff like that would be stored there until he needs it out on his construction sites.
And Commissioner, the site would be approximately 12 and a half acres.
Okay. Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, seeing none, thank you so much. That will go ahead and close the public testimony portion of this meeting with respect to this project, and I open up the floor to one of my fellow commissioners for a motion in favor or against for this project, and then we'll have discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Murphy?
Based upon the findings of facts and conclusions of law contained herein and the testimony from the public hearing, I recommend the commission approve project 2025000816 CU-MSP, subject to the conditions and approval attached as Exhibit A and master site plan dated April 28th, 2025.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Commissioner Blitman has seconded. Commissioner Murphy, do you want to speak on your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, well, I understand Mr. Mansfield's issues. The question of, a gravel pit or a mine, I think, doesn't belong here at this venue. If there are issues, it belongs in a different venue. This is simply for contractor's yard to store some vehicles while they're building stuff, et cetera. So it seems pretty straightforward based upon what they're asking for. And that's kind of it.
Thank you, Commissioner Blitman.
Yeah, this section of the county has a long history of having a lot of gravel pits out there. And it makes sense to me that a contractor would want to store his equipment by the gravel pit. That's actually less trips up and down Locust Grove or Columbia, which is where they come after they leave that gravel pit past my house. So I think it's actually better to have everything stored there. And then, so I'm supportive of it.
Any additional comments? I'm seeing none. We'll go ahead and bring Commissioner Murphy's motion to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Say aye. All those opposed say no. Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you, everyone involved with that. We'll go ahead and take about a 7-minute recess because this is going to be a big one to give everyone a chance for a break. So we'll meet back at 7:35 p.m.
The bathroom.
Are you going to cut this off? Assuming that.
It depends on how close.
That's what I'm.
I think we can. It's only 7:35. I mean, I think when they hear staff disapproving it, comments forward because it's a story. And get started. Pull it up. With our last item of the evening. So this is item number 202500615-CU-MSP KM Engineering LLP. And we look to Ms. Owens for our staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So good evening, Commissioners. Tonight, I'm going to be presenting Project 202500615-CU-MSP, which is an application by KM Engineering LLP for a conditional use permit and master site plan approval for outdoor-only self-service storage. So this slide shows an overview of the area where the site is located off of Beacon Light Road between North Wing Road and North Pollard Road. The property is almost completely enclosed by Star City Limits, and it's located within Star's area of city impact. The property is primarily surrounded by residential subdivisions, including Cresta del Sol number 3 subdivision to the north, Cresta del Sol number 1 to the east, Dayspring Church, which is actually located within Ada County with an RUT district zoning, along with Sunfield Estate subdivision to the south, and to the west is the Torchlight Estate subdivision. This is the subject property, providing a little bit of a closer view here of the site. It is addressed 9800 West Beacon Light Road, and it consists of 11.63 acres. It's currently zoned rural urban transition. The site currently houses a single-family home, which you can see here on this slide, with an access point to the site coming off of Beacon Light Road over in the southwest corner of the site. You can see the driveway extends along the western property line up to the single-family dwelling. The applicant is now proposing a self-service storage facility, outdoor only, which would serve RVs, boats, and for trailer storage. The applicant is proposing that there be 56 vehicle storage spaces on the site, utilizing about 20% of the total lot area as allowed by the Rural Urban Transition District within Ada County. The RV storage facility will be accessed by a new proposed driveway, which will come off of North Del Sol Way to the east, which you can see here. And then there will be a gate located inside of the property, just inside, to provide access to people that want to use the site for outdoor storage of their RVs, boats, and trailers. The base material for the parking area is proposed as gravel. Ada County Code does require that there be one standard parking space for use by visitors provided, and the current site plan does not show that required standard parking space, but it does provide for emergency vehicle parking, which you can see just slightly to the north of where that proposed entryway is. The applicant is planning to operate the facility from their home, which is located on the site, and that will require a home occupation permit for the accessory office space. The hours of operation for the facility are proposed to be 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. The applicant is proposing an alternative landscaping plan that provides a 6-foot vinyl fence along the entire perimeter of the facility except where the entryway is proposed. On the east side of the property, along North Del Sol Way, the applicant is proposing to provide additional landscaping to meet the point totals that are required by Ada County, along with a 3-foot berm that will be in addition to that 6-foot fence, which increases the overall fence and screening height to 9 feet tall along North Del Sol Way. This is an alternative landscaping plan that's being proposed where no landscaping is currently being provided on the other facility boundaries. This is not in compliance with Ada County Code, which would require landscaping along at least the western and the southern facility boundaries to provide additional screening of the site and soften views from the nearby western neighbors and from Beacon Light Road, which is located to the south. Ada County Code requires offsets to the fence that's located along North Del Sol Way, as it's a fence along a roadway that's over 100 linear feet long. But given that there's an existing fence there that's located on the property line, a new fence is being proposed. There's existing landscaping located on the eastern portion of the property line and new landscaping located internally on the western portion of the property line, It does not make sense to require those offsets to the fence as they would not be readily visible at the pedestrian scale or relatively feasible given the proposed berm. The alternative landscaping plan does not comply with Ada County Code, and given staff's recommendation of denial, conditions of approval have not been added to bring the project into compliance. Except for the required landscaping, the project does comply with our specific use standards and the Rural Urban Transition District's dimensional requirements. There are two perspectives that have been provided on this project's compatibility with STAR's future land use map. So Ada County Strategic Planning did review the application and provided comments that indicated that the project complies with STAR's comprehensive plan as adopted by Ada County. That comprehensive plan that we adopted designates the site as low-density residential. The property will continue to host a single-family dwelling on the site, and the storage facility is considered a use that's relatively temporary, given that it would have a 5-year expiration. Ada County Strategic Planning indicated that the project also supports goals within STAR's comprehensive plan, including those encouraging unique development that supports mixed uses, innovative site plans, and flexibility in design. However, the City of Star indicated in their comments that this project does not comply with their future land use map. They have a currently adopted comprehensive plan that was adopted in 2024, whereas the one that we've adopted is from 2004. Their 2024 comp plan indicates that this property is going to be estate urban residential, which would have a maximum density of 3 units an acre. Because the one that we have adopted has not been changed in 20 years, we still have the low-density residential for the designation for this property. But STAR did argue that even the low-density residential use that we have adopted from STAR, that this project does not comply with that designation either. Additionally, City of Star had concerns about the surrounding residential being burdened by the dust and traffic that this project may generate, and that the applicant would not be improving the roadway or the pedestrian facilities that are adjacent to this development. In Ada County, as a reminder, this is a use that's considered more temporary as it would expire after 5 years. Staff found that in our report that the project does comply with STAR's future land use map as adopted by Ada County, according to our Ada County Strategic Planning team. However, the project does not comply with the findings that would be required for a conditional use permit. The conditional use permit findings require that the project shall not create undue and adverse impacts on surrounding properties. So in this case, City of Star's letter indicated that they believe the project would negatively impact the neighbors in the form of dust generation, lack of street improvements, increased traffic through a residential area, and the general incompatibility of this type of project in a largely residential area. Strategic Planning, in their comments, did indicate compliance with the comprehensive plan as adopted by Ada County. We also received some other agency comments. Ada County Highway District had some site-specific conditions requiring possibly some roadway repair of adjacent streets, closing that beacon light access onto the site that's at the southwest corner of the site, and then paving any driveways that would be proposed into the site at least 30 feet into the site. Central District Health is requiring that they have the opportunity to review this application and issue an approval prior to any building permits. Star Fire District has some requirements for making sure that the access roads are appropriate for fire and emergency access, that the gates are the same, and that very clear addressing is provided. Ada County Engineering Team is requesting that there be additional details provided for the stacking lane off of North Del Sol Way, and they're also requiring a drainage application to be submitted and approved. In addition to those agency comments, and as you probably saw in your very full packet, we received 110 letters of opposition to this project. So largely those letters of opposition come from the surrounding neighbors that are located within the City of Star residential subdivisions that are on 3, almost 4 sides of this project, indicating a lot of concerns with the project's proposed impact on those surrounding neighborhoods and the surrounding residential area. The primary concerns from these letters of opposition were increased crime and traffic, especially through surrounding residential, potential negative impacts on property values. These are relatively new subdivisions that are being developed, and there were concerns that this type of development may negatively impact the property values of those surrounding properties. There was concerns about negative impacts on the character that exists in the area, it being primarily residential and new subdivisions that are also located within city limits. There were concerns about environmental risks of this type of project, such as the storage of hazardous materials, a possible increase in vermin such as mice and rats in the area, as well as the possible light and noise pollution that would come from this type of project. The applicant did defer providing a lighting plan until later. And overall, the project is viewed by the public in the letters of opposition that we received as incompatible with the predominantly residential nature of the area. The applicant did have a response in their detailed letter that, quote, hazardous material storage will be prohibited with special attention paid towards any hazardous material leaks or trash dumping within the facility. This will be strictly upheld by the property owner and maintained via a 24/7 security camera coverage and physical monitoring. The property owner will continue to live on the property and have eyes on the site daily, end quote. In response to the other neighbor comments that were received, the applicant also wanted to provide a dust mitigation measure, indicating that to cut back on dust, they will have the area treated with either an environmentally friendly dust mitigation product or sprayed down with water. The dust mitigation product is known as Earthbind. Through initial research, the applicant found that this was used for numerous years in other local operations. The City of Star did mention in their letter that dust mitigation is difficult to monitor and that they would prefer the site be paved, but again, this is considered a temporary approval for about 5 years, so that's a difficult thing to require. Given the impacts on the neighbors, despite some of the measures that have been provided by the applicant and the lack of compliance with the landscaping code, as well as agencies that were received from the City of Star, staff finds that the project does not comply with Ada County Code and recommends denial of the project to the Commission. My presentation will be added to the record as an exhibit, and I stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Owens. Does the commission have any questions for staff? All right, seeing none. Before I invite the applicant up, just want to reiterate the rules. Please do not yell and clap and whistle or interrupt or just shout random things from the audience. I will give warnings, but if it becomes a problem, I will just ask you to be excused. So just, again, we have a pretty good hearing system up here. Just please respect it, and we'll get through this as fast as possible. So with that, we'll go ahead and bring the applicant forward. Please state your name and address. And you will have 15 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you, Chairman. Connor Lynch with KM Engineering, 5725 North Discovery Way, Boise, representing the property owner who will speak after I'm done. We're going to split our time here in the 15 minutes. So before you, and thank you, Michaela. I think Michaela did a great job of overviewing what we're submitting here. So this is an outdoor-only self-service storage facility, 9800 West Beacon Light Road. Vicinity map, which she already shared, and then we have the zoning map. So this is an unincorporated Ada County within STAR's impact area. And the pink there is the rural urban transition zoning. So you can see the other pink areas there, and then you have the residential that surrounds. I think Michaela did a great job. It's very convoluted, but the future land use map and comp plan stuff I'm going to dive into hopefully very quickly. But as she stated, when we submitted our application, it's our understanding, and it still is, that it's the old comp plan that was adopted from 2004 from the City of Star, and so that's what the city, or I'm sorry, that's what the county looks at when they're making recommendations on a project, is that old comp plan. And so this new comp plan that the City of Star has not been adopted yet by the county, and as you may know, with Eagle too, this is a common theme, and I don't know if it'll be adopted or when. I would think it will be eventually, but for now, when we submitted our application, that's what we're under. And so you have the county's strategic planners, community and long-range planners. They're recommending approval on this because there are various goals and policies that are met in that comp plan, and having a storage facility would be an accessory use to the low-density residential. And so next here, I'd like to touch on a few things, I guess, since I have it up. So these are the standards and requirements that are required for an outdoor storage facility. They're definitely numerous, like a couple of pages here. So both of these detail all the standards that have to be followed. It addresses noise, hazardous materials. You can't live within the storage facility. There's screening requirements. All of these are in place and have to be followed within that 5-year approval if this was to be approved. And so I'm just stating that there are, I know that the neighbors do have some concerns about hazardous materials, crime, trash, and such, and those are going to be, if this was approved, those would be followed through with by the code enforcement officer. If there were concerns, complaints can be passed to the county, and they can go out and investigate. So just wanted to let you know those are in place, and there are some other restrictions too, like the one I highlighted. This is a 5-year approval if it was to be approved. Then after that time, the property owner would have to come back and request an extension for another 5 years of that conditional use permit. I would also like to note too, for the coverage requirement. So this is the site plan proposed. This is it's 20% of the overall acreage that we're restricted to. It's just under it's right around 2.3 acres. So it definitely constricts you to the south part of the property, because Barb's property, she has the house to the north. And so it'll just utilize the southern portion there. And there's 56 spaces proposed. As Michaela mentioned, there was not a passenger vehicle parking space added that we're showing on the site plan proposed updates. There will be a parking space added there. That was an oversight on our part because ADA parking was not required. And then the entrance shift west to allow for more stacking by the engineer, agreeable to that. And then there's an access gate that we're proposing to move to the north. And I'll show you why, because on the next slide, so this is our updated landscaping plan that we just submitted recently. This shows that we're trying to work with the neighbors and have as much screening as possible. So there would be conifers on the west, conifers on the east, deciduous on the south, as well as a berm, 3-foot tall berm with a fence on top of it on the east, south, and west. So those are proposed at this time. We did not include that with our original application, but we have updated it since to, given the neighbors' concerns. And with that, I'll let Barb follow me. Barb, want to come up? You got 6.5 minutes.
Please state your name and address as well.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you. My name is Barbara Moyle, 9800 West Beacon Light Road, Star, Idaho, 83669. I am the property owner and the applicant. Thank you again for allowing me this opportunity. I'd like to start off with that the self-service outdoor RV trailer storage lot do have the potential of having positive impacts on an area. Convenience, accessibility for RV owners, nearby storage options is significant convenient, can boost the appeal of properties. There's a security feature as well. No one will see you pull away from your home as you go on vacation in your RV. Local economy, storage facilities can contribute to the local economy by attracting RV owners to shop nearby. An outdoor RV lot could potentially influence property values in the vicinity. The impact is highly context dependent. Appearance, noise level, traffic generated, and regulations all contribute to whether the impact is positive, negative, or negligible. Who of the naysayers here actually knew of these conditions before Connor presented them tonight? Can you give me a show of hands?
No, please just address us.
Okay.
Just address the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Ada County enforces their CUP guidelines. All conditions must be adhered to by the applicant. I assure you this RV storage lot is not going to be a wham-bam, slam-them-in type of RV storage lot. People living in there, trash, crime, nuisance, as you all have imagined it to be. I welcomed Toll Brothers to the area of my family farm next door, Cresta del Sol. Knew it was going to be developed and as a for-profit project to them. Same with Torchlight and all the other subs around me. I am in a typical scenario you often hear about, people moving into the area with undeveloped land within sight, anticipating their view will stay the same for the rest of their life. When the landowner decides to change some of the use of their property, non-owners complain about the proposal, even though the use is allowed by the authorities over the land. I feel this self-service storage, outdoor RV storage lot would be beneficial for the local community and area. We all know farming and open land is dying out around us. In the beginning, I was not aware I needed to invite the City of Star to the party. When I contacted and met with Ada County Development, I wanted to see what options I had available pertaining to my land. The meeting, option meeting turned into a pre-app meeting by the time I walked out. My apologies to the City of Star for not inviting them. Regarding their letter, incompatibility with the surrounding residential land, there's a public golf course, a public school, a church within a short distance from my address. River Creek Landing subdivision directly South of Cresta del Sol and me is a community of all rental homes, no owner-occupied homes. All homes are owned by a corporation out of Carlsbad, California. American Homes Development LLC. Is this really a commercial business using the disguise of a single-family resident community? Regarding the city's concerns regarding design in a manner that allows the applicant to avoid street improvements. Placing the RV lot in an area where there's a valley would not be cost-effective. Regarding their concerns with the gravel surface versus pavement, my application is for a conditional use permit, and installing pavement would not be cost-effective. As for dust mitigation, City of Star must not be familiar with the product Earthbind Stabilizer. It is a dust mitigation product, EPA approved, and is approved by all counties in Idaho for use in dust mitigation. North American Dust Control LLC is located in Emmett. Earthbind Stabilizer has been used for years by the Boise schools, the VA, the City of Middleton, the City of Stanley, Idaho Aeronautics, to name a few. Earthbind Stabilizer is North America's dust control preferred product for residential customers, and they have been in business for 35 years. Ada County Planning and Zoning, I thank you for this time and consideration reviewing my conditional use permit application. I believed a small self-service outdoor RV storage lot would be welcomed by the local community. Not all homes in the area have RV bays, and I see many recreational vehicles on the road in front of my place traveling both directions. My location has quick access to the main routes recreational vehicles generally use on their way to and from recreational destinations. There are a few other options I have considered doing with my property without developing my land into homes. I personally believe the 2.3-acre self-service outdoor RV storage facility would be the best fit for a portion of my land and for the immediate area I live in. Better than farming hogs or chickens, for example. And well, thank you again for your time and consideration tonight regarding my conditional use application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do the commission have any questions for either of those that presented as the applicant? All right, seeing none, thank you both for your application and testimony.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and move into public testimony. Just a reminder, you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address. If you do not wish to testify and just want to voice your support or opposition, you may just raise your hand, stand up, say I oppose or I support, and we'll take note of that as well. So you don't necessarily have to come forward, but if you do, you're welcome to, and you'll have 3 minutes. So we'll go ahead and start this off. On the paper, I have quite a few with John Collins. Please come forward and state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Also, by the way, I'm going to stick pretty strictly to the 3 minutes. I know previously there's just a lot of you, so I'm going to try to stick to that pretty strictly. All right.
John Collins, 9518 West Napier Street in Star, Idaho. Commissioners, on behalf of my neighbors, many of whom will be sharing their concerns tonight, I want to thank you for giving us this hearing. To emphasize the seriousness of our opposition to the proposed RV storage facility at 9800 Beacon Light Road, you have received over 110 individual letters of opposition, as well as petitions that I have in my possession of over 200 names. Our concerns for allowing this are numerous and will be spelled out tonight by the residents who are affected directly. We stand with the mayor of Star and the planning director and zoning administrator of the city of Star. In their letter to you, the commissioners, they decided their opposition in part for some of the reasons that Ms. Owens has already indicated, but I'd like to spell some of them out. To date, neither the owner nor the representative has reached out to discuss the application with the city representatives. Commercial use of the property would be in direct conflict with the Star Comprehensive Plan and Unified Development Code. That was number one. Number two, the proposed use is incompatible with the surrounding residential land uses and completely surround the property. Number 3, the site plan is designed in a manner that clearly allows the applicant to avoid street improvements along Beacon Light Road, including curb and gutter and sidewalk. And I would just add that this means children walking to the school bus stop that meets in front of Cresta del Sol have to walk in the street. Number 4, the site plan is designed to take all access through an existing residential subdivision on an existing local roadway, again, placing the burden of truck-trailer traffic on the existing residents. Number 5, the site plan indicates gravel services within the facility. Past history has shown that placing conditions for dust mitigation products cannot be monitored. It's not that they're not effective. They can't be monitored. For this reason, a facility such as this adjacent to residential uses should be fully paved. It is for these reasons the City of Star and the residents of Cresta del Sol, Torchlight, and Sunfield communities request that the Ada County Planning and Zoning Commission deny the proposed conditional use permit. I'd now like to cede the floor to allow my neighbors opportunity to express additional concerns that this proposed facility will bring. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Collins? Commissioner
Mr.
Murphy?
Mr. Collins, how you doing? Are you a representative from an HOA that are representing these people, or are you speaking as
Just as a neighbor.
a neighbor homeowner?
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Additional? No? All right, thank you. Next up, we have a Bruce Barnett. Please state your name and address. You will have 3 minutes for your testimony.
Hello, my name is Bruce Barnett. I live at 9502 West Napier Street in the Cresta del Sol area, adjacent to the plot. And to state, beyond the record, I opposed what the plan is for the slot. I have 2 areas of objection, and one is on crime. And unfortunately, most police organizations don't keep track of crime specifically in RV lots. So we don't know the real statistics. They would process it as a burglary or whatever. So, and after doing some research, I found that RV lots are a magnet for attracting homeless and transients. These people who are attracted to RV lots steal things from vehicles parked in these storage lots. Items include batteries, propane tanks, tires, TVs, and just about anything of value inside or outside the RV. Some break into RVs and sleep during the day, and then at night they come out to wander neighborhoods, to steal, or create vandalism. There are many instances of intruders harassing homeowners and children, and it doesn't seem to matter what level of security that it's done by the RV owner on the lot. The best secured lots still have break-ins. So security, it's maybe. My other point is the critters that will find this a safe place to live. The RV lot will provide the safe place to hide, shelter for raccoons, rats, various field mice, squirrels, possums, skunks, and probably several more that I haven't mentioned. Most critters are gnawing animals. They can chew through most non-metallic materials. RVs and trailers have small openings for wire and tubing that pass through, which provide easy entry for these small animals. Of course, they then live inside. Plus, any food left in RVs is an attractant. And our resident wasp population here in Star would love building nests on these stationary objects. In conclusion, not only would the RV lot attract both human and animal undesirables, but it seems just so inappropriate to be surrounded by such a beautiful neighborhoods. And thank you all for the opportunity to speak out.
Any questions? Thank you so much for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Next up, I believe it's a Bruce McDonald, is that correct? Please state, just a heads up, I'm terrible with handwriting, so just forgive me in advance.
No, it's good. My name is Bruce McDonald, 9536 West Napier Street, Star, Idaho.
83669. Thank you for the opportunity to speak up here. It is my hope that after this meeting, you shall deny conditional use that is being requested. I'm an IT consultant, or a retired IT consultant, a degree in engineering, also as a community emergency response team leader for about 25 years. My wife, Chris, and I moved to Star, Idaho, down the street from where this facility is proposed. We are unable to avoid it. Facility, it's at the entrance to our neighborhood. We moved here in retirement to a beautiful neighborhood with wonderful neighbors. Being on a fixed income, we can't move again. Since the facility used to store recreational vehicles, there are a number of known hazardous materials that will be present there, as well as many that could be. Gasoline, diesel fuel, sulfuric acid, lead, motor oil, antifreeze, refrigerants, transmission oils, brake fluids, petroleum, grease, fireworks, ammunition, tannerite, hydrogen peroxide, sodium hydroxide, acetic acid, formaldehyde, chlorine, hydrogen, acetylene, oxygen, carbon tetrachloride, calcium hypo, and that goes on for a while. If these materials are not stored properly, they could be combined, and they could start a fire or explosions. 1 gallon of gasoline has a potential explosion of 22 sticks of dynamite. 1 5-gallon bottle of propane has the explosive potential of 300 pounds of TNT. If just one vehicle catches fire, it would spread very quickly to the surrounding vehicles. Burning vehicle would create toxic gases, particles, heavy metals that would be released into the atmosphere. Fuel spills and runoff, contaminated fire suppression runoff, including heavy metals, organic compounds could possibly contaminate groundwater, wildlife, and habitat damage through fire and smoke exposure. If a fire broke out at this proposed facility, a giant black cloud of toxic smoke would cover my entire neighborhood. Prevailing winds would blow it eastward towards the Cresta del Sol community. Evacuation for us would only be possible by driving directly through the toxic black cloud of smoke. Hopefully, we would not run into anybody or anything trying to navigate our way out to safety. For this reason alone, it should be self-evident to this committee that the conditional use permit for this facility should be rejected. I thank you for your time and your efforts on this community order. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you so much, sir, for your testimony. Thank you very much. Next up, I have a John Blay. Please state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is John Blay. I live at 9820 Novato Street, Star, Idaho. Dear Ada County Commissioners, thank you for giving me a few minutes to share my concerns with you regarding this proposed request for rezoning at 9800 Beacon Light Road. For the record, I'm opposed to any outdoor storage facility being built and operated right in the middle of our neighborhood, as are most of the residents in the surrounding developments. Also, as you know, the City of Star and Ada County Planning Department are also opposed. The 3 topics I'd like to briefly cover this evening are emergency services, public safety, crime, and vandalism. As far as emergency services go, being that this property is an Ada County island, we are all concerned about which agencies will be responsible and respond in the event of criminal activity on the property, such as theft, vandalism, fires, squattering, and any hazardous material emergencies. If you approve this zoning change, which police departments, fire, hazmat agencies are going to manage the burden? Is it Ada County Sheriff? Is it Star PD, Eagle PD, Star Fire Department, Eagle Fire Department? We really need to know those answers. Going on to public safety, this property is surrounded by 3 housing subdivisions, Cresta del Sol, Torchlight Estates, and Sunfield Estates, full of families with young children, retirees, and veterans that purchased their homes here because they thought it would be safe, peaceful, a great place to raise families, and away from commercial development and related activities. This facility will increase traffic congestion and, with large RVs coming and going, hinder visibility for children waiting at the school bus stop, as well as pedestrians and others, increasing the likelihood of an accident. Beacon Light Road and the proposed entrance to the Cresta del Sol subdivision are not designed for this type of business or large vehicular traffic. From a public safety standpoint, this is a recipe for disaster. If approved, it's only a matter of time before someone gets hurt or worse. Crime and vandalism. It is well known that open RV storage lots do not cater to the nicest RVs. Due to the low monthly rental fees, they attract motorhomes and buses that are typically older, poorly maintained, and with owners that are just looking for a place to park their junk and forget about it. That in turn opens the door for opportunistic strangers from outside the local community coming into the area, which could increase criminal activity that spills over into our wonderful neighborhoods. All the newer, well-maintained RVs in the neighborhood already have enclosed storage, either at the owner's home, since all three of the surrounding subdivisions offered optional RV garages, or at one of the many existing enclosed RV storage facilities close by. And there's also a new one just down the road, less than a mile away, on Floating Feather and Highway 16, called Eagle Lux, that's going to offer more facilities. In conclusion, I don't think any of us would have purchased our homes here, and in some cases spent our life savings to live in a nice community, if we had known that a mini Portland, Oregon would someday show up in our backyards. I sincerely hope you slide with the majority and unanimously deny this request for rezoning. This property should remain R3 as noted in the Star Master Plan, and if the owners don't like
Okay,
it,
sir, I'm gonna have to
don't
cut
be
you
greedy,
off. Sorry.
and please
We're
sell to
just-
developers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you have any questions? All right, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, I have a Don Thompson. Don Thompson, please state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes for your testimony.
Don Thompson, 9500 West Summit Peak Drive in Cresta del Sol. Greetings, commissioners, thank you. I'm opposed to the permit or the application. I believe the 200 or so signatories to the petition and the 110 letters that we submitted made a clear and present case, or a clear and convincing case, that this proposed use would not bring value to our community. It would, in fact, destroy property value. It would be financially damaging to all of us. If this were to go in, I think we would all come before the county and ask for our property to be reassessed for lower tax value. There was additionally no notice given to most of the owners. I heard about it from the few that did get a letter, but all of us are owners in common. Same in the other associations. We are all owners in common of the community property that immediately abuts the subject property. I think it would be an injustice to grant the permit without requiring her to notice all of the HOA members. I know there are a number of new owners on the street immediately across from her property that are within 300 feet and have not been noticed. The proposed use as a junkyard or as an outdoor storage, RV storage facility is inconsistent with the residential nature of all the surrounding properties. It's inconsistent with her current zoning. It's inconsistent with the comprehensive plans and the future land use maps that are on record with the county and the city of Star, not just the new ones, but the existing ones that we relied on before investing and moving here. I did my due diligence. I looked at what the land use plan was, and I looked at what the land already was being used for, and I deemed those were appropriate for me to invest my money and move in here into this neighborhood. I don't want to see it changed to something destructive to my investment. The proposed access to the commercial activity through our residential streets would create new hazards to our neighborhood, traffic and life safety hazards for pedestrians and kids that go to and from school there, neighbors that walk and play. You had a photo that shows the entrance to the community. It's narrow as it is. There's an island, and she wants to make RVs make tight turns in there. It's going to be damaging to the landscape, the irrigation. A lot of them are going to choose not to make that turn. They're going to go up and drive through the neighborhood and come back in where they can make an easier right turn in, and avoid that island at the entrance. It would, and additionally, we'll have need turn
turn lanes, and with the dirt or gravel proposal, I'm not as concerned with dust as much as I am with mud coming out and driving through like a muddy farm road to come in and out of a $500,000, $1 million plus neighborhood is inappropriate. I hope you'll join us in being opposed and not grant this permit. Thank you.
Any questions? Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you. How you doing, Mr. Thompson? A couple things, just I heard as far as property value and all that kind of stuff, and then also Beacon Light or the entrance to the area being kind of a little bendy for maybe a large travel trailer or RV. What if the entrance to this was moved, hypothetically, off of Beacon Light? Would that be better or worse?
If the entrance was, I mean, the entrance to the property now exists off of Beacon Light, and
But it's through another little side.
yeah, it's off of Beacon Light.
But
You know,
I'm
her
talking
driveway,
about
it's up a
direct.
gravel, it's up gravel or dirt road there. But it, and if, you know, by some, you know, bad decision, you were to approve this use, it should certainly, entrance should certainly be off of Beacon Light, not through our residential streets. It's a commercial activity. The streets that we're living on, or that entrance there, is a residential street engineered as such. It's not for large, you know, RVs and trailers. It's up to make those tight turns, and then, you know, off just coming in from the right, or even turning left into it with no left turn lanes, with a very heavy traffic load on Beacon Light as it is, and then have to make another immediate left turn, which is going to take them across the island. That's what I'm saying. They're not going to make those turns with log trailers and stuff. They're going to go up through the neighborhood and come back where it's easier.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I've had to lend my jack to, you know, guys that came in before, you know, bringing trailers in, the contractors. It's bad enough dealing with the contractors, but they're temporary. You know, this is like a permanent use. But I've had to lend my jack because they hit the island there and ripped out the tires on their trailers and stuff. And it's not going to get any easier.
Yep, I get it. Thank you, sir.
Any questions, additional? Nope. All right. Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Next up, I have a Michael Long. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes as well.
Michael Long, 9615 West Napier Street, and the Cresta del Sol community. I'd like to thank the commissioners and their admins for allowing us to speak tonight, to publicly speak to our opposition to the proposed commercial outdoor RV storage facility at 9800 West Beacon Light. We are homeowners of the Cresta del Sol subdivision and live near the proposed community, or the commercial outdoor real RV self-storage facility. The commercial facility poses serious concerns to residents regarding safety, quality of life, and compatibility with existing land use. Tonight, we speak solely on the safety of our children, our homes, and residents in the adjacent residential community at Cresta del Sol. This commercial storage would add non-resident RV traffic to an otherwise peaceful residential-only area. The increased resident non-RV traffic, or RV traffic, will add safety risks to an already strained roadway, especially near intersections by school buses and pedestrians. Our neighborhood includes many children, joggers, and cyclists who rely on quiet residential streets for daily activities. This includes many children that walk to the school bus stop. This commercial storage lot would utilize a residential street for both non-resident RV entry and exit. That residential street is North Del Sol Way, the entrance and primary throughway for the Cresta del Sol community. The school bus stop is located at the corner of Beacon Light and North Del Sol Way. The student pickup and drop-off is less than 200 feet from the commercial RV storage lot entrance and exit. The RVs from the commercial storage lot exiting onto Del Sol Way will require a sharp right turn to avoid a cement center median. Alternatively, those RVs might drive straight ahead or make a left turn, and in each case, drive deeper into the residential subdivision. RVs driving straight ahead would enter a no-exit cul-de-sac where many children live and play. Turning left will require the RV to safely negotiate a four-way intersection by the community park where children play. There are no stop signs and no yield signs in that four-way intersection. Our children and other pedestrians should not be placed into traffic conditions where great bodily harm may occur by non-resident RV traffic inside a residential community. Those non-resident RV drivers may be unfamiliar or inattentive to residential factors affecting community safety. Those non-resident RV drivers may find it difficult to safely navigate the narrow residential streets with frequent pedestrian and vehicle traffic. Imagine a truck pulling a 20-foot trailer around the corner into the RV commercial storage lot and crossing the same path as your child walking to the bus stop. Our neighborhood is designed to be a safe, friendly family community, featuring a residents-only pool, pickleball court, parks, all funded and maintained through HOA dues. A commercial RV storage lot could create an increased risk of loitering and unauthorized access and potential threats to our children who frequently use the shared spaces. For these reasons, we encourage the commission to deny this conditional use permit for a commercial outdoor RV self-storage facility.
Thank you so much. Is there any questions? Commissioner Wickstrom?
Chairman. So that, there's that area right there at the intersection of Summit Peak and Graytown Court, that to the west of that intersection, that is a community playground area?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, we have an older map that we're looking at, so thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any additional questions? Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, I have a Stephanie, is it Manietti? Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Stephanie Minetti. I live at 9480 West Gladiola Court in Cresta del Sol. I'm not going to say some of this stuff, but over the last few weeks, I've knocked on a lot of doors, passing out flyers, getting petitions signed, and I spoke with about 35 residents. I asked each of them if they would have purchased or built their home next to 50 RVs parked in a gravel lot. Not a single person said that they would have. I can't even tell you the things that they actually did say. So Commissioners, I respectfully urge you to do the right thing for Star and vote to deny this permit. Thank you.
Any questions for this? All right, thank you very much. Next up, I believe it's Michael, is it Arns? Or Arms? Please state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Michael Arns. I live at 9507 West Graytown Court. I'm an insurance adjuster. I've been doing this for over 25 years. I've done motorhomes, boats, buses. Having some of these things sitting on a gravel lot, leaking fluids from their black water tank, which is fecal matter and urine, is going to create a problem with rats and mice. The rats and mice climb into the RV. They're attracted to the plastic coating on wiring. When they chew through that, if that circuit is live, you get a fire. I've looked at these things for years. They burn quickly. They can burn completely in under 5 minutes. If you've got another one next to it, you have a chain reaction. The entire lot can go up in flames. My concern is the gases from that, the propane tanks that are attached to these. If this was an actual commercial area, it wouldn't be around homes. We have to worry about these things. If you have any type of compressed air tank, I weld. If one of those tanks blows or the valve goes off, that tank can travel and take your head off. They will fly through the air, and they can actually fly and be spreading flame, especially on the propane tanks. This is not something that's conducive for our neighborhood. We moved there for a reason, to relax and be in a safe area and enjoy life. This is not something that's going to improve anything. She also cannot keep hazardous waste out of these. She's not going to know what's in these RVs. She's not going to inspect them. She has no right to. They could have gas cans in some of these. You've got toy haulers where they have ATVs and UTVs in the back there. I've seen people have 10 5-gallon jugs of fuel in the back of these because they're going out to have fun. Half of these people also do not empty their black water or gray water tanks when they come back. They'll empty them on the way out the next time. That's my experience for 25 plus years. of inspecting these things. So it's something that we don't need, and I would appreciate you just denying this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Commissioner Murphy?
Mr. Chairman, hey, Mr. Arns. Do you own an RV?
I used to.
You used to. And then second question, how many RV lots have you had to insure that have blown up?
We don't insure RV lots, we insure the RVs themselves.
Were there any inside of a lot that blew up?
I didn't inspect anything inside a lot. I've actually inspected stuff that caught fire outdoors.
Okay, thank you. I was just wondering. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Thank you so much, sir, for your
Thank you.
testimony. Next up, I have I believe it's a Rob Hauer, is that correct? Off Waterbrook. Rob Hauser, H-O-U, looks like an E or A. All right, if I miss you, I'll have an opportunity to raise your hand later on. Next up, I have a Jenny Winter. Please state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, Commission. Thanks for having us today and hearing some of our oppositions. Safety is my primary concern, and just a friendly reminder, all of these valid opposition points. My home is 150 feet away from her fence line. So when we're talking about surrounding neighborhoods, the whole west side are people's backyards immediately on those 3 acres. So when we're saying surrounding and close, those renderings that she provided, that her team provided, are old. They're dated. They don't show the property line and the center divides for the left turns into the entrance. So in addition, I've agreed to talk for the neighborhood on the lighting, just to make sure that we hit all topics. So I'm at 9640 West Napier Street, Jenny Winter. My family home has several windows that actually look over the land. These RVs are going to be, 12 feet high? There's no north landscaping in the plan. The lighting, we have 2 choices. One, she'll be providing, I'm going off limb here, she'll be providing lighting 24/7 for security purposes because criminals will be coming out in the evening. We will be looking at that lighting out of our bedroom windows, literally 100 feet from our bedroom windows. That's sad. Or the latter, there will be no lights all through the middle of the night, wide open for somebody to hop a 6-foot fence and then come into my double-gated backyard. I don't want to have to put up cameras again and start locking again. I moved here to get away from that crime, the middle of the night, meth, crime, safety. I want to feel safe here. So, safety stars a part also of the Idaho Dark Sky Reserve, which is the first dark sky reserve in the U.S. and a gold tier designation from the larger International Dark Sky Association. And this means it's recognized for its exceptional night sky and dark sky approved, which involves measures like restricting upward direct lighting, avoiding glare and overlighting, and using dimming. The Moyles have not included any lighting agreement to honor those distinguished star codes. So I respect that the city has put these specific codes in place to ensure our participation in preserving the views of our natural skies here. And as a new resident, I honor the city's values. I'd expect the applicant to respect the city's lighting goals as well. And I'd hope she'd respect her new surrounding neighbors, as I am grateful to be her new neighbor. I feel that the Moyles plans for the outdoor RV and trailer storage lot is intrusive, disrespectful of the city's dark sky approved status, and forces our residential community to view commercial clutter of lit up junk right outside of our window. It's hazardous, messy, and I have a lot more to say, but my time is out.
All right, thank you.
So,
Thank you
thank you for your consideration to oppose this. We would like to support her on something that's healthy for the community, not just for the income, but for the community. I want to have her over for dinner, and I will support anything that's not taking away from the neighborhood and the community. I welcome something healthy to go there. Thank you.
Any questions?
I do, actually.
Commissioner Murphy?
Questions?
Jamie, Miss Winter?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is healthy for the community, in your opinion, for that piece of
Something-
property? Would, just hypothetically, 50 to 60 more houses there? Would that be healthy?
Well, that wouldn't meet the county's code because it's only, I think the whole lot is 12
Whatever the
acres.
count-
So
whatever the
let's
count
say
is.
there's 3 homes per acre. I think that's kind of what the norm is, right?
Well, if,
Well, depending on 2004 or 2024, let's say.
If they
let's-
rezone, they could put
If it's
about-
rezoned,
about 40 to
residential.
50 acre, or 40 to 50 homes there. Would that be better for everybody?
I'll share. We have, the city of Star has just approved the Star Elementary to be relocated 1 block west of us and 1 block south of us. So when you go across Beacon Lane, the entire strip is Hubble Home, CBH, Family Home, huge communities that are all families. That entire walkway, it's all sidewalked, landscaped. Our side is twice as many homes as the south side, and the only area in the entire street that's not sidewalked is that property, the applicant's property. That needs to be, the children will have to cross the street with no crosswalk or walk in the street to get to that elementary school. That will be done next year. They have plans to have that approved. So that land, beekeeping, she can make $5,000 a month. There's statistics shown. Growing lavender, oils, we were just looking it up. $100,000 a month she can make. Let's say presenting it to the city of Star, actually communicating with the city of Star.
So
They buy
thank
a
you.
park.
So all of those would be acceptable uses for you to do with her property?
Something that adds to the community. I'll buy a bee costume. I just told her that earlier today. I'll buy a beekeeper's outfit and I
Okay.
will support her to help her financially
Thank you.
anyway. It's her right. It's her land. Yet do not put blight and danger and chemicals. She's not going into every RV.
I'm just asking.
Right out
I'm
our
just asking
front window.
what you would prefer.
And
that's all.
residential, I would be
Okay, thank you.
accepting. I think we all assumed residential if she was, but I want her to stay. Put 3 houses on the front,
Okay, in the
Bring
interest
in her
of time, I'm
income and
gonna
stay.
cut you off, sorry.
you know?
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, I have a Blair Eby or Ebby? Blair.
I'd just like to say I'm opposed.
Okay, thank you so much.
If they come up to the podium and give their name and address and just say they're opposed, then it would be part of the record that they personally showed up. And that might be,
So I guess a question for Leon. So if they just stand up, do they have to come to the podium for it to be a part of the record?
Chairman Commissioners, no, they can actually stand and say they're opposed. I would encourage them to provide their address in
see.
addition to their name, but they can stand, provide their name, address, and state that they're opposed, and it'll be marked in the record because you're reading their name off.
Yeah,
of
I'm
the
reading
list.
their name. I just am concerned of the mic situation. and
We've
then-
done this at the county commissioner hearings as well. It's an acceptable way to be entered
Okay.
into the record, so.
And you've got their name and
yeah,
address.
and just to follow up on what Chairman Scott had said. So for example, if somebody stands up, gives their name and address and says, I'm opposed, that will go in the minutes that that specific person spoke at this meeting in opposition.
Chairman Commissioners, yes, that's right. We can add that to the minutes, the person's name and that they were opposed to the project, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you for all the clarifications. All right, sounds good.
So does she want to?
Yeah, so can you please state your name and address? You don't have to come to the podium necessarily, just state your name and address, say you're opposed. Sorry, it's a big crowd. We don't get a lot of big crowds at these, so. So, go ahead, thank you.
So my name's Blair Eby. I live at 3019 North Sun City Avenue in Star, Idaho 83662.
Thank you so much. Next up, I believe I have a Steve, is it a Cope or Steve Core? All right, please state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you for listening to all of us. My name is Steve Cope. I live at 9464 West Neighbor, Star, Idaho 83669. And some of my concerns are the visual. When people come in there, potential buyers to buy a house, that's not going to be very attractive, which returns when people want to sell their houses, they're not going to get the prices that they want. And the existing residents that live there, where it'll affect all of you guys, would be that our houses aren't going to be valued, so they'll need to be reappraised, so you won't be receiving as much tax income from all that. And in Star, we definitely need some income. We have a brand new fire station, but we have no men to service that. And that's all I have to say, to give more time to other people to speak.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony, sir. Appreciate it. Next up, I have an Alex Bermudez. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Alex Bermudez. I live at 9480 West Summit Peak Drive. I am a homeowner along with my wife. So when we met with the other homeowners and we were talking about things to go over, I thought about, is Star an RV-friendly city? I mean, we're a small community. So I did some research. On 9044 West State Street, which is 3.7 miles away, is an RV storage facility, solely RV storage, which happens to be on Moyle Road. Also, there is another storage facility being built 2.5 miles away from our community on Emmett Highway. So that's already 2 that we have, and now they're trying to add a third one, which I feel is kind of unnecessary. She mentioned that there would be a berm with a 6-foot fence totaling 9 feet. The average height of a RV is 10 to 13 and a half feet, so we would still see everything. Also, the average length of an RV is 20 to 40 feet. So those are tight turns on those on Beacon Light, which is a very narrow road. There's only 2 lanes going back and forth. So I thought that adding this would not be a premium asset for our community. It would maybe clear the way for more commercial footprints where it's already residential in our area. One of the council members asked the question, what would be good for, the area or that property? And because it's zoned for residential, I mean, I feel residents with residential homes with green grass, maybe a park, that would add to the community. Having an RV lot when you pull into our community and you're potentially buying a home, that might be an eyesore to you. And it'd also we could lose potential value of our houses, like Steve had mentioned earlier. And then we would have to be appraised at a lower tax rate and all that other good stuff. So that's all I had to say. I really appreciate your time, but I am highly opposed to this RV lot.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Next up, I have a Peter Goodwin. Please state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Peter Goodwin, 9900 West Sunset Valley Street in Star, in the Sunfield Estates property. One of the most important things that we discovered when we came here was the sense of community that exists. And this demonstration, this outpouring of opposition to this particular project demonstrates why we came to Idaho, why we came to Star. It's the most amazing thing I've seen in the short time we've lived here. We're opposed to this project. We're gratified that the neighbors have come together to fight together to keep the lifestyle that we've come to enjoy and to keep Star the unique place it is to live. That's really all I have to say. It's just the most amazing thing we've seen as a community in a very long time. I've come from neighborhoods where neighbors didn't know each other, didn't work together, and look what's happened about this particular issue. Thank you very much. I'm opposed to this project.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, sir. Next up, I have a Ryan Chipley.
I'm opposed to it. Ryan Chipley, 3039 North Sun City in the Sunfield Estates.
Thank you so much. Next up, I have a Greg Clemens. Please state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Greg Clemens. I live at 9832 West Aviera Street in the Sunfield Estates community. Ms. Owens, would you have the
Please
ability
do
to-
not address her. You just addressed the commission. Thank you.
Would
think he was
I have
asking
the
for a
ability
visual.
for her to bring up
Oh.
a portion of the package that
I
is
see, I see, I
in front
see.
of you?
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were addressing the applicant. My bad. That's my fault. You're addressing.
I believe if you go to maybe page 117.
I can't pull up all the findings right off of the top. It would take me a little
Page
bit.
117.
Okay.
Yeah, that's,
I
yeah,
just
we have a
some of
page.
the
We can,
photos that I included in an email.
Yeah, it would take me a while to pull that.
Okay, all right.
We can go to page 117.
yeah, we can do it on our computer.
Okay,
Just go ahead.
thank you for having me. Again, Greg Clemens. I live directly across the street, across Beacon Light, on the south side of Miss Moyer's property. I'm adamantly opposed to this proposed development. I've owned my home for 2 years now. I've watched Star grow, especially in the area closest to the city of, to the area around Beacon Light Road. The growth consists mostly of beautiful single-family homes with prices starting around $500,000 going upwards to $2 million. This is a quiet residential area full of retirees, veterans, and families with young children. In fact, there's a new elementary school, someone mentioned it earlier, being built less than a mile from this property. There's no commercial properties anywhere nearby with the exception of the new Chevron gas station that's on the corner of Beacon Light and Highway 16, which is a logical place to put that there. This proposed outdoor RV storage facility simply does not belong here. Someone else mentioned that a large percentage of the homes in the surrounding neighborhoods have RV garages. This would be an eyesore, and if you refer to that packet, page 117, somewhere around there, I included an email with several photos of a nearby storage lot right on State Street in downtown Star. And you'll see some examples of real-life examples of what this would look like, what we would be seeing from, in my case, from my backyard. People already mentioned increase in crime, vandalism. There's no way to provide security, no staffing, no dust mitigation. One thing that maybe hasn't been mentioned also is that the proposed entrance that goes into this is right at a school bus stop. This is where the children are waiting for the bus to go to school in the morning. Impact of property value, negative impact of property values also means lower tax revenue for the county. There was a packed house at the Star Library this spring at the initial informational meeting. Nearly everyone there was against the project. You've seen 110 letters from the residents, a fantastic showing here. The mayor of the city of Star is opposed. I am as well. So thank you for your time.
Any questions? Thank you so much for
Thank
your
you.
testimony, Mr. Clemens. Next up, I have a Julianne Brewer. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Julianne Brewer, 3242 North Fireflower Avenue in Star. I'm in the Torchlight subdivision. My family, I have my husband, I'm speaking for him as well, and I have 2 small children. Our backyard is the first property on Fireflower, so we are direct neighbors with the property in question. This is literally going to be in my backyard, 100 and such feet from where my children play. We weren't naive enough to think that that lot wasn't going to be developed when we bought that property. But we did not expect an outdoor RV storage facility. We would rather have hogs and chickens behind us, absolutely. And at the community information meeting, we even suggested horse boarding, which could be rather lucrative. I don't think it's fair that this property is the county and it's surrounded completely by the city of Star. It affects all of us who live in the city of Star. The plan to run a commercial establishment in the middle of a residential neighborhood which has been stated, it's incompatible with the city of Star's plan, which all of the neighbors support. And it doesn't make any sense. The proposed RV storage lot will ruin the aesthetic of our community. But more importantly, the negative environmental impacts that have been brought up today. It also makes us vulnerable to crime. The property cannot be properly policed against vandalism, potential squatters, or other illegal and dangerous activity. We will have to call upon our already strained resources in the city of Star if we have an issue like a fire or a hazardous material leak, or if someone's squatting in there. At the previous information meeting, it was made very clear that only the minimum requirements would be met for this project. As I stated, I have small children, and so do all my neighbors that border this property. I am extremely concerned about people living in these RVs, even though it's not allowed. It's a big concern, especially when my kids are playing in the backyard right there. I respectfully ask you, I beg you, to please put yourself in my shoes as a mom and a resident of the city of Star, and please deny this request tonight. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Any questions from the commissioners? Thank you very much for your testimony. Next up, I have a Robert Dixon. Robert Dixon, please, if you,
Robert Dixon, I'm at 3004 North Sun City Avenue, and I'm completely opposed.
thank you so much. Next up, we have a Robin Azevedo. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Robin Azevedo. I'm at 3342 North Fireflower Avenue in Star. And I am directly adjacent to the property as well, just like the lady that was before me. I live on that same street. I've been here 6 weeks, so I missed the first initial hearing. I don't recall ever being notified that this was going to be a potential RV storage. Again, common sense says probably residential or something that fits in with the community. My bigger concern as well is there's a lot of discussion, obviously, about the Cresta del Sol entrance and the school bus and all of that. But if you change that to the Beacon Light Road, which is what the road is today that the resident uses to access her property, and you build that up, it already just like a normal Amazon van that comes through, that road is high enough now that that driver can see inside every single home along that entire thing, right into our backyards, into our bedrooms, zero privacy. It's one thing to have that happen once in a while during the day, or if you're coming and going as a resident, but when you're talking about 56 potential property or RVs, or who knows what's really going to be there, that is a serious concern for me living there from a security standpoint, as well as the other items that many of the other folks have talked about, which is the hazards, the explosion opportunities, rodents, and just in general lack of upkeep and maintenance and lighting is also a concern of mine. So I ask that you please deny, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Next up, I have an Elsa Harb. Elsa Harb or Herb. Summit Peak. Okay. Next up, I have a Joseph Harb. Did someone? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name's Elsa Harb, 9471 West Summit Peak Drive in Star. Excuse me. First of all, I agree with all of the opposition in to not allow this RV storage park go into play here. An RV storage lot in the middle of all these nice homes is really an eyesore. And this type of just outdoor storage lot, I believe, is just going to draw a lot of old RVs and old boats or whatever they're going to storage there. Because if you have a nice RV, you don't want it just outside in all the elements. So they're just going to get the old junky ones, and that's really not going to look well. Just a little bit more on that. I mean, I myself owned an RV, and I don't have it now, but I would not be storing it in an outdoor lot unless it was an old beat-up junker. Also, on the fence that goes along the property line going into Cresta del Sol, there's, in two areas, there are signs that say, this road to be extended in the future. To me, as a homeowner, when I was looking for a home and I saw that, I just assumed more homes were going to go in there. Another development is going to go in there at some point. But never would I have imagined something like an RV lot. Or I definitely would have reconsidered purchasing a home in that subdivision. As others have said, I do believe it's going to bring the values of our homes down. And I'm very concerned with the danger of having propane tanks stored with these RVs, and just the hazard of something going wrong, and an explosion, anything can happen. There are a lot of kids, as one of the other residents said, there's a community park just right down the street there, walking distance, just a short little distance, and there's kids there, families there. So I really, I just urge you to deny this RV storage lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you so much. Next up, I have a Joseph Harb. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Joseph Harb, 9471 West Summit Peak Drive, Star, Idaho. We're in Cresta del Sol. With respect, as I watched the summary of the comments at the beginning, as I listened to everybody that spoke so far, it's overwhelming. So with respect, I don't even know how you could even consider approving it. Most of my notes have already been said, so maybe just a couple of personal things. When we purchased in there, yes, we saw those signs, this road will be continued, and my daughter and son and my 2 granddaughters live west of there, and we figured how nice, as soon as this road is continued, we will have a sidewalk to go walk right down Beacon Light. And well, that's part of the master star plan, or by allowing this RV facility in, and that just blows the whole plan up. As someone else said, I was shocked that they would even consider putting an RV facility in there. We bought specifically in that area of Star because there was no commercial and all residential, and we chose that. So we drive a little ways to go to the middle of Star or to go to Meridian or Eagle, and we chose to do that because we didn't want to have any commercial, rather even let alone an RV park. All the homes in that area, virtually all of them, they're subdivisions. They have strict HOA restrictions. They have city codes to keep the area immaculate, and it's been successful. An RV lot will not have strict restrictions or requirements. Our subdivision, Cresta del Sol, does not even allow RVs unless they are enclosed in a garage. And here, the proposal would put RVs in plain sight. There are numerous RVs storages in Treasure Valley, as other people have mentioned, and I cannot imagine just poking one right in the middle of a beautiful residential neighborhood. As a previous owner of an RV, I know you have to be careful with the tanks, the black tank, the propane tanks, the batteries. They're dangerous, and I was always very, very careful with them. Most people are not. Most people are not careful with anything. Although it may not be allowed in the rules, people will live in the RVs. Now, Idaho, as you probably know, you're required for an RV to live on your property. You need to own the property. You need to have, needs to be 1 acre. You need to have proper hookups, and it has to be approved by the city or the county. Well, here you will have RVs in 1/28 of an acre without proper hookups, without city or county approval. That will create a sanitary problem with no enforcement. And again, it's probably not allowed in the rules, but people are people. This proposed 2 acre 56 RV storage facility will affect the enjoyment of hundreds of homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, I have a Thomas Helm. Thomas Helm of Napier Street. I have a Jennifer Helm of the same address. Carla Adams.
Carla Adams, 10162 West Napier Drive. I live in Hubble Home, so not directly adjacent, but I passed the property.
Ma'am, if you're gonna actually speak, you need to come forward.
I wasn't going to.
All right, just state your name and address again for the record in the mic, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. Carla Adams, 10162 West Napier Drive. I live as part of the Hubble Homes community in Greendale North, so I'm not in a direct community adjacent. But I pass the lot multiple times a day. I go through the communities with my kids. And we saw the sign that said, you know, road will be extended. We have another farm on the other side, road will be extended. And so you're looking forward to what that one day might be. And you're wanting to benefit the community and see how you can improve what you came to love. And I oppose the RV storage. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, I have an Andrew Newton. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
How you doing? I'm Andrew Newton. I live at 3430 North Picton Ave in Star, Idaho. That's the Cresta del Sol development. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my wife, Rachel Newton. She's the next person on the list, as well as Steve Newton, the next guy on the list there. That's my father. So when I moved to Idaho, Star, Cresta del Sol specifically, moved there for the safety, wanted to raise a family. Looked at that development in particular and looked at the zoning around it and saw the lot in question was zoned for R3, so assumed it was going to be more residential homes. You know, I think a lot of my concerns opposing this have already been said by my neighbors, but specifically it's the safety concerns. I walk these sidewalks every day with my wife, my dogs, and my pregnant wife, so soon to be child, where I came, you know, to raise a family in that neighborhood. So it's a big concern of mine. Also, the zoning in particular, I think it's a slippery slope, allowing changing in zoning and conditional use permits. It just opens up a lot of potential, you know, it just sets the wrong precedents, I think, for the neighborhood that we've got there and the community we've built. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Rachel Newton, if you'd like to.
Hi, I'm Rachel Newton. I live at the same address, 3430 North Picton Avenue, and I'm opposed.
Okay, thank you so much. Steve Newton?
Yeah, he left. He's opposed as well.
All right. Can I get, is there a Jordan Sanger? Jordan Sanger, am I saying that right? It's, I can't, sorry. Gladiola? Off Gladiola? No? I have an Ellie Sanger off Gladiola? Nope. All right. Sorry, these go long, so you got to be a trooper. Nancy Frost, please state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Nancy Frost, and I live at 9865 West Napier Court, and I'm the property on the northwest corner of her property. I won't actually look at the RVs, but I do believe it affects the property values of my home and other homes. I'm actually a builder and have built 4 of the homes in Torchlight. And in real time, I have someone looking at my home or a home to purchase, and they want to know the results of this meeting before they buy in that neighborhood. So it directly affects me both personally and in my business, and I oppose the RV storage. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Nope. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks.
Next up, I have a Dan Frost. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Dan Frost, at 9865 West Napier Court. Thank you very much for letting us come tonight. I'm very angry, like many people. I think the main point is why in the world do we have this RV park in the middle of a residential area? It destroys the whole community. It just doesn't affect the 10 or 20 houses around it. It affects hundreds of houses, probably within a quarter-mile circle around that area. It changes the whole entire community. Nobody wants to live there, and it damages the value of all the homes. And so I oppose that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Thank you so much, sir, for your testimony. Next up, I think is it a Raj Travidi or Travioli off of Napier Court? This is, or Napier Street, sorry, there's many different Napiers apparently. 9462. Okay, I have this one. Sorry, the handwriting. It looks like a Sandrine, or Sandrine is what it looks like. All right. Again, I'll ask for hands at the end if you didn't get a chance. Next up, I have an Aaron Grubasic? This one's off San Carlos. No? Okay. All right. Next up, I have Neil Donaldson.
Neil Donaldson, 10609 West Catmint Drive, and I oppose.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next up, I have a Chris Quinn. Chris Quinn.
3094 in Sunfield Estates, and I oppose.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Is it Rudy Losavelic?
Rudy Losarelli, 9821 West Aviara Street in Sunfield Estates, directly across from the subject, and I oppose as well.
Thank you. Next, I have Gretchen Roberts.
Gretchen Roberts, 2942 North Sun City Avenue, and I am very much opposed.
Thank you. Next up, I have Arthur Roberts.
Arthur Roberts, 2942 Sun City Avenue in Sunfield Estates. I'm opposed for all the reasons that everyone else has stated.
Okay, thank you. I have Carrie Knotts. Carrie Knotts off of Del Sol 3544. No. And then I have last on the list, because he signed up on the wrong list, is Paul Wehrman.
I hate being I'm Paul Wehrman, 9639 Napier Street, and I am opposed.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone online? No one's online. Is there anyone who else would like to speak that didn't sign up? All right. The first hand I saw was gentleman in the white hat. Please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
Chairman, just as for anyone who didn't sign up, we've got some forms over here that they can write down their name and address, just so we can have it for the record to enter at the end. So just stop over here and fill out one of those forms.
Oh yeah, if you didn't sign up, and just please detour before you go back to your seat and sign over there.
Okay, my name is Vic Chapman. I live 823 Waterford Drive in Eagle, Idaho. I'm a builder, and I'm building 3 houses in Sunfield Estates. I think everyone's articulated every issue that's covered, so I'm just going to kind of share my experiences. I feel like the business is incompatible with the neighborhood. I wouldn't have tried to construct something of that nature in that neighborhood. My experience has been remodeling and selling homes that are adjacent to businesses tend to take longer to sell, and they tend to sell for a lot less. So I have to agree with these folks that it will impact property value. One of the things I do see coming in and out in the mornings is I see the kids going down to the bus stop. That gives me some pause also. There's no sidewalk there. The bus stop is going to be in front of the proposed business. So I oppose it, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Any questions? Commissioner Wickstrom?
What, is there a street in there that you're developing on right now in that
So
neighborhood?
I have two on West Sunbury Court, and I'm starting one on Sun City.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, please raise your hand. Madam, right there. Yes, please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Victoria Long, 9615 West Napier Street, Star, Idaho, and I am part of the Cresta del Sol community. And I wanted to lend some credence to what the people spoke about on the hazards, the possible explosions, various things that can happen. I am the victim of an underground electrical vault that exploded. That is not something that's expected. I'm sure that Mrs. Moyle does not expect an explosion to happen within her facility. I live maybe 200 feet from there, and I'm concerned. I've been through that. I've been through surgeries by being exploded, as I said, by an underground electrical vault. I strongly oppose bringing that possibility into a residential community where we have children playing across the street at our park, where we have people, me included, that walk our dogs down Del Sol Way. It frightens me. And I hope that you will strongly consider opposing this project. Thank you.
Any questions?
Oh, questions? I'm sorry.
And please, again, please.
Sign the form.
Yes, please sign the form.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, Madam in the purple, I believe. Yep. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Delee Hodbine. I live at 9544 West Greytown Court in Star. I was not planning to talk tonight. This is not my gig. I work behind the scenes, not front and center, so if my thoughts are a little discombobulated, forgive me. The main thing that drove me to want to address you tonight is I believe it was Commissioner Murphy who asked, what if we moved the entrance to Beacon Light? Because we do have a lot of concern with it being on Del Sol Way. That might address, if we did move the entrance to this proposed lot to somewhere along Beacon Light that doesn't interfere with the Torchlight residents, that would be addressed. But the concern is still everything else that has been talked about repeatedly tonight. We still have concerns with just the aesthetics of an RV storage lot being in the middle of a neighborhood with thousands of residents. We have concerns with threats to personal and property safety within our neighborhoods, crime, increased vermin infestation, the potential of people living in these stored vehicles, diminished property values, the quality going down for our family neighborhoods, traffic concerns, light and noise pollution, dumping and storage of environmental pollutants, and also we've not talked about signage. When you're talking about driving down Beacon Light Road, you are surrounded by residential areas or neighborhoods on both sides. All of a sudden, we're going to have some sort of commercial signage saying, here's your RV storage lot. Again, that's just a negative thing that's being introduced to our neighborhood. The applicant testified that an RV lot will contribute to the local economy by those people patronizing businesses. I disagree with that because there are no businesses anywhere near this proposed lot. Again, surrounded by residential areas. A storage yard on Beacon Light Road is not conveniently located for the general public. It is not easy to get to. It is definitely off the major thoroughfares, and it's literally in the front and backyards of people who don't need or want an RV storage area. The proposed lot does not serve the needs of our immediate community. We are the residents of Star, and we're also citizens of Ada County, and as such, we deserve and expect our county leaders to protect our rights and expectations to live in a residential zone community that does not have a storage lot literally in our front and backyards. All of the burden and negative impacts of living next to an RV storage lot fall on the thousands of residents and not on the applicant. I urge the commission to deny this conditional use permit application to preserve the integrity and livability of our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Thank you so much. All right, next hand, ma'am in the white. Please state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I can't believe it's already 9. My name is Rosalind Crick. I live at 3276 North Fireflower. I'm joined by a couple of my neighbors that already live right on that street where it's the backyard right to it. I agree with all of the opposition that's already been said. The piece that I want to add, we moved from Texas in October of last year. And we moved from a highly polluted area. If you've ever been to Houston, it's full of pollution. And we made a choice to come to the Pacific Northwest because the person sitting behind me, that's my husband, is terminally ill. And we made that choice because Idaho offered fresh air. It offered no pollution. It offered an opportunity to have less environmental impact. And so this, as I know it's not personal, feels personal. When I sit on the back patio and the reprieve that comes from looking at the mountains and the peace and the joy that that gives me, him, and our daughter would be replaced by RV roofs or bushes that are attempting. And so I just urge that there's a personal, emotional component to every person that's feeling something around property values or anything. It comes down to, in my opinion, the emotional connection that all humans have to our homes and what we get to feel when we're there. So strong opposition. I appreciate, I know it's late, so thank you to everybody for being here. That's all.
Any questions? No. Thank you so much. Please stop by Mr. Lesson. I forgot to say that last time. Anyone else? Striped shirt, right front row. Yep. Please, if you want, just say oppose, or you can come up.
But I do have some pictures if you.
Okay, we just come forward so you can talk about your pictures and such. So, yep.
Oh, I just,
Just please state your name and address, and then tell us about your pictures, if you would.
okay, it's Cindy Collins, 9518 West Napier Street in the Cresta del Sol development. And I just wanted to show you pictures of what the RV lot looks like on Star. And it's an outdoor RV lot with where you just pull your trailers and your boats in. So, and we do own a boat, and it is 14 feet high, and it's out in Emmett underneath a protected covering. So we are very mindful of where, we store our stuff. So anyways, I just wanted to show you what it looks like.
Okay. Thank you so much. Any questions? All right, we'll have to enter that into the exhibit. I'm not sure what number it is. We'll give it to you guys for entering it. All right, next up, hand raised far back. Gentlemen.
I'm Craig Sell at 3654 North Coast of Madera Way. I just want to voice that I'm opposed.
Thank you.
He'll need to come up he'll need to come.
Well,
We'll just have you come and fill out the form, just so we can make sure we have everybody's name and address. So.
yeah. So, all right, right there, ma'am.
I'm Kathleen Auk, and I strongly oppose.
Can you give your address?
Address is 9520 West Summit Peak.
Okay. Thank you. Please, if you would, please come up here. This is just for the people that I didn't call their names, so we have it on the record. Thanks. Any additional hand raised, ma'am, with the blue shirt? State your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
You didn't remember that you needed to know what you're going to wear today.
Oh, yeah. It's late.
I'm
at 3663 North Pendle Way. I haven't moved in yet. We move in, we close the end of August, or mid-August. And I feel like I'm speaking on behalf of all the other neighbors who have yet to move in. I was unaware of this until recently. And my fiance, who's out of the country, did send an email, but we missed the cutoff. We moved from Boise to avoid all this commercial RV pollution. He works as an engineer at Micron and is taking on an additional commute, which I talked him into to get away from all of that. And I have a 9-year-old who will be going to Star, and I chose Star for that reason. And it's just very upsetting to even think about an RV park, not to mention our life savings into this Clearly, it would impact us financially and the safety for my child and other kids in this area. I think about him riding his bike in the neighborhood around this. I can't. I feel like I can't let him play in the neighborhood around that area because of the safety. So that's strongly opposed, and my 9-year-old said he strongly opposes.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No. Please stop by Mr. Letson to sign in. Anyone else? Hand raises. Sir in the far back with the green, I think, gray shirt, whatever that is. Please state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ross Meyer, and I live at 9957 West Gladiola Court in Torchlight Estates. And in addition to all the negative aspects of this that affect people personally in the area, I work with Frost Homes, and so it affects my livelihood as well on that pending home sale.
Any questions? No. Thank you very much. Please stop with Mr. Letson. All right, who else? How about far back, gentlemen? Please state your name and address. You will have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Chad Ballard. I live at 9438 West Greytown, which is directly west or east of the property. I've agree with, I guess I'm opposed to this development. I am a licensed civil engineer in multiple states. I've done work all over the place. And mostly I want to reiterate other comments that have been presented, but then also add that the zoning change, this property is surrounded by the city of Star. And it is within the area of city impact, and not including the city of Star, as well as in the review process. While they don't have, since she's not annexing the property into the city of Star, you guys have final say. But the city of Star ultimately is the one who's going to be providing services for this property, and they're strongly opposed. And so I'm opposed as well. I'd like to also talk about the traffic impacts. This is a local street. They're not designed for heavy loads. So there's a reason why we have zoning to plan for this long-term as a city or as a county. And then I'm also directly impacted because already people turn around our cul-de-sac all the time. So if you miss the entrance, you're turning around right in my neighborhood when my kids play. And so I just like to reiterate that I'm, opposed to this, and thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Nope. Next, any other? Yes, I cannot see you, but I see your hand right there. Yep. Can you please come forward, state your name and address? You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Suzanne Finney. I live at 9488 West Greytown Court, just east of the property. Aside from all of the other comments regarding safety, personal effectiveness of this, the one thing when I moved in that was really impacted on me is that if you have a trailer, you need to purchase a house with a garage that will fit the trailer. We do not allow trailers to sit in our parking lots, in our driveways, or on the side streets. So when this proposal went up, it was kind of a surprise to me. Every neighborhood, each HOA that surrounds this has required us to have trailer-sized garages attached to our homes so that any RVs or trailers that we have, boats or recreational vehicles even, 4x4s, have to be garaged. So to have an open site like this is just very surprising to me. Thank you.
Any questions? Nope. Thank you so much. Please stop by Mr. Letson. Any additional hand raises? Yes, ma'am, right there.
I'd like to state I'm opposed.
Can you please give your name and address, and you'll still have to come up and get your sign with.
Annette Clay, 9820 West Nevada Street, Star, in the Cuesta del Sol community.
Okay, thank you. Please see Mr. Letson. Get your name. Any additional hand raises? Yes, sir.
David Out, 9520 West Summit Peak Drive, and I'm very strongly opposed.
Okay, thank you so much. Please see Mr. Letson. Anyone else? All right. Yep, we got one more.
There's a lady to the left.
My name's Steve Joyce. I live at 9535 West Napier Street. I'm strongly opposed to this. I don't even know how it can pass. It's not even zoned.
All right, thank you so much. All right.
He's already talked.
No, I'm sorry, you've already spoken, so you can't speak twice. Anyone else?
Go to a little person.
Yeah, you only get one shot, sorry. All right. With that being said, I thank everyone for their public testimony. I'll now turn it over to staff for questions, follow-up questions from the commissioners. Any questions pertaining to this from staff? Commissioner Blithman.
Michaela, this is a really interesting project, and I've been on this planning and zoning commission for a long time. And I don't see very many recommendations of denial from the staff. Usually it's been worked out, all the issues have been worked out before it gets here. Can you kind of walk me through what the decision-making process was for you and your team to come up with a recommendation for denial?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blitman, once we received the comment from the City of Star, that is probably what really shifted us into our recommendation of denial. We take our agency comments really seriously. It's in the STAR's area of city impact. So recognizing that they had not only the comment that it was incompatible with their current and existing comprehensive plan, even though strategic planning found a different result than that, but they also had some additional concerns about adverse impacts on neighbors. We do try and look for objective impacts on the neighbors. And so while we appreciate the comments that we received, we do really turn to our agencies in order for us to make a recommendation of denial most of the time. So once we got the City of Star indicating that they were opposed to this project and they offered, more objective and concrete reasons for being opposed to it, then we had to take that into consideration and change the recommendation to denial.
And then when you receive that, follow-up question?
Yeah, go ahead.
When you see that letter from the City of Star, what's the time frame between when you receive that letter and when you provide it to the applicant?
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blitman, that went into our packet, and then I think out of courtesy, I also provided that pretty quickly to our applicant as well, just for their reference, especially because, as you mentioned, generally we do recommend approval until we receive comments like that from an agency, and we do like to give the applicant the opportunity to respond to that. So we did provide that to them prior to the hearing.
One more follow-up question. Did the applicant provide a response back to you?
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blitman, no, they responded in their presentation, and then they had already heard some of those concerns from the public early on, especially at the neighborhood meeting that they held initially. So they had responded to many of those comments already in their detailed letter, which is what I provided here. And then they've also made some changes, as you saw in their presentation, to their landscaping plan, as staff was trying to work with them to see if we could get to the point that it did comply with Ada County Code, especially for the landscaping piece. So we were in discussion trying to figure out what conditions of approval we could add to bring it into compliance. But then when we received that letter from Star, we had to remove those conditions of approval that would bring it closer to compliance and instead make that recommendation of denial.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any additional questions of staff? All right. No? Okay. All right, we invite the applicant back up for a rebuttal. Again, we've been going strong. Please maintain decorum through the rebuttal. You'll have 5 minutes. Please state your name and address again.
Thank you, Chairman Scott. Connor Lindstrom with KM Engineering, 5725 North Discovery Way. And then
Barbara Moyle, 9800 West Beacon Light Road, Star, Idaho.
I'll obviously have a lot of comments here, so there's a lot to get through in 5 minutes, but we'll try our best. I think the biggest point that I want to touch on is the reason for denial from staff. So as Michaela did a great job in stating where they're coming from as staff. So just to reiterate, the Ada County Community Planner, the long-range planners, they're recommending approval of this project based on the comprehensive plan adopted. Once they received the comments from STAR, that's what pivoted it. So I guess the recommendation of staff to deny this now based on the City of STAR's recommendation, you're gonna have to weigh, are you taking STAR's account more seriously than the community planner with the county. So those are kind of the main things. And obviously we have the comments from the neighbors, which are taken into account. And I think that's listed under the public health, safety, and welfare section. So I would just like to know, if you were to, deny this project, what specifically are you denying under for public health, safety, and welfare? As we listed below, or previously, there are a number of standards that have to be met for the storage facility. So it's kind of a contradiction to me of the code, and believing that the code would not be enough to satisfy the public health, safety, and welfare. Hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. If not, I'm sorry. Barb, do you want to address some of the other comments in there?
Regarding the traffic into this Cresta del Sol subdivision, it is just right off the entrance when you pull into Cresta del Sol, where Ada County has stubbed a road to my property for future development. It's not going through their subdivision, because the roads that go off to the east are dead ends. They'd have it's not like you could loop.
So yeah, that apron was previously approved and is currently there now to allow for access to Barb's property from the public right-of-way.
And the RVs will be age restricted. I see my lot to be not cheap, but it will be affordable. But it will not, I don't want dilapidated trailers, dilapidated vehicle, RVs leaking onto my property. And if there is something that has a problem, they will be, in the contract, they will be removed within a matter of days. And I don't know what people do with their normal propane tanks on their RVs that they park in their 3-bay. Do they take them out when they park them in their home? I listened to the concerns where they were talking about hazardous materials in the propane tanks. I think they normally keep them on the trailers or the RVs.
To add, I'd like to touch on the beacon light and the access situation. So ACHD, they're recommending approval of this project with the access as proposed. They would not allow for access on beacon light due to the spacing requirements and the rate of speed. So that's a reason for the access off of Del Sol, the apron that's already there. Star Fire is also recommending approval as long as the conditions are met. County engineer is recommending approval. So you have various agencies, recommending bodies that are, they're not recommending denial by any means. There are conditions that'll have to be met. Same with the county engineer. So just wanted to touch on that a little more.
And we'll have 24/7 security cameras. There shouldn't be any trash. If there is, be picked up. So there shouldn't be a rodent problem. And it will be monitored. I live at that residence. It's not like it's going to be people park and no one's going to go through the lot and look at it. It will be monitored. Before a vehicle rents a space, they will need to provide title, proof of insurance, picture of the vehicle, the RV, the trailer, the boat, the flatbed, or whatever they need to park there, except for not vehicles, of course, driving. It's not a storage yard or a junkyard. So there will be monitoring on that, so it should, but the conifer trees blocking the lot.
Can you pull up that site plan one more time, Michaela, the recently submitted landscape plan for us?
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off.
Oh,
But yeah.
It'll be looking nice on the outside, and there'll be the privacy fence, and the, what'd you call those, deciduous trees?
Oh yeah, so deciduous on the south, but conifers on the west and the east. So that way, throughout the winter time, it's going to be fully covered, screened, and those will be either a Scotch pine or I forget what the other pine species is.
Idaho limber.
Limber pine, yeah. So those will be 30 to 40 foot tall trees. There's the idea there. So.
Because if they were the class 2 trees or class 3 trees, they would lose their leaves in the wintertime. So then the people would be able to see them. But if they were the conifers, the evergreens, they'll be a solid block year round. except for on the south where I do want to have some winter sun kind of shine in there.
Okay,
Just
thank you
leave it
so
on.
much. Is there any questions for the applicant? Do we have any questions? Commissioner Blitman?
When I looked at your public hearing in February, that's the longest list of people I've ever seen in the time that I've been here. So that's a long list of people that came to your public hearing. What changes did you make to your plan between February and now to address the concerns of the people?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Blitman. It was, we were in a small little library room in Star, and it was packed. So since that meeting, I think this plan here gives the best idea of what has been changed. So for that meeting, all we were showing was a site plan. We didn't have a full landscape plan together yet. So I think there was some implications from the neighbors that there was going to be no screening. It's just going to be an open lot. So since then, we have submitted a landscape plan to the county with our application. And from then, even what you see here most recently, have updated it further to add additional screening. So there's a berm, a fence on top. On Del Sol, there's already an existing fence. So you'll have a fence, trees, berm with fence on the east side, and then conifers with a fence and a berm on the west, trees on the south,
And berm on the south.
and a berm on the south as well. We've also, as far as the lighting goes, there'll have to be a lighting package that's submitted. Kind of like the previous application you heard, that'll be a condition of approval. So yeah, we'll have to have full cutoff lighting. What were some other
Dark skies is
changes?
what I'm planning on, and where the unit is open 8 to 8, most of the daylight hours is during the day when people will be there, so you won't need lights. And so at night, I foresee a light at the entrance and a light at my service gate. And then cameras with some spotlights in case there is something going on. But I don't foresee a lot of lights. The homes across Del Sol from my property, I really probably don't even need to light my lot at that area because the home lights, their front porch lights and lights in their house are quite bright. It's a 2-story home, but it's quite a bit of lighting already.
Any additional questions? I do have a couple questions. Do you have any kind of leak mitigation plans? I know that it comes up in the code requires it, but just kind of your ideas on a big concern is a lot of the leaks, not just from oil and things, but the black water and gray water and any kind of situation like that. Do you guys have anything for mitigating that, potentially getting into the ground or even being rapidly addressed as on the top?
I will have flat pans that I can put underneath the vehicle if I see it. And I can contact the owner and send him a picture and let him know that their vehicle needs looked at and to please remove it.
Okay. All right.
And you'll have the containers, and I have a tractor.
So, in addition, is there any kind of plan for, a lot of the situation was dust, I get that, you have a potential plan for mitigating that. Is there a potential for, in the future, have you considered, and I know it's crazy expensive, but paving it so that, because that can help mitigate leaks too and stuff. Is that a thing that you have thought about, not necessarily in this plan, but if this becomes down the road situation?
I could, yes, I could see about paving it, but just to test it out, I was going to start with the gravel and see how it goes.
Okay.
And I think that comes
It's
back to
temporary.
the temporary use
Yeah.
aspect. So, once you pave it, then it's more of a permanent use.
Okay. Any additional questions? Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. Hello. So, I mean, all of the surrounding neighbors, and by all I mean most, probably have RV bays, this kind of thing, right? Have you chatted with the local HOAs about, hey, maybe we could work together on, neighbors that don't have RV bays are too small or too big to kind of work together in a little more of a neighborly kind of way? Or is this, have you not chatted with any of the surrounding HOAs and that? Just the thought.
After the February meeting, it was pretty hostile there. I did end up with 4 people wanting to buy my property, but they were, if you put this RV lot in, you're gonna have some mad neighbors. I mean, it's like, whoa, let us talk. I was a little bit apprehensive about meeting them.
Sure.
And I do know over at the, across the street from Cresta del Sol to the south in that River Creek Landing, those homes do not have RV bays. Those are, they don't have them. They have third bays, but they're low garage.
Right. Could I get a follow-up?
Yeah, go ahead.
And then, how long have you lived there?
Since 1968, as part
And
of the
then,
family
how much
farm.
property have you had around there that you've probably sold off?
My family did. I was raised
Right.
there, where Cresta del Sol is.
Yeah.
And at the north and up to the foothills, and Torchlight used to be, that 20 acres was part of the family farm. I've been in my 11 acres since 94.
And is this kind of your, and obviously it's completely up to you because it's your property, but just curious, are you planning on staying here as your house and continuing this RV thing, like as far as you know, or are you, do you have other plans? Just curious.
No, I plan on staying here because it is my home and I got a great location. My parents are buried at the cemetery just down the road. I did have it listed once for sale. I was pretty upset with the developer because they have impeded my irrigation water, and the fight's been going on for 3 years. And hopefully we'll get some resolution to it soon. But I was a little bit fed up, so I did put it on the market with my cousin. They were a low ball offer from the developer that impeded my water. So I didn't accept their offer, and I figured, you know, it's a nice place. This is my home. Why do I want to move?
Did you have a question?
No, go ahead.
I have a question if
Go for it.
there's time. Obviously, you got this letter from the city of Star, which was.
I'm sorry, what?
Obviously, you received a letter from the city of Star from the.
Michaela?
Michaela.
Yeah, through
What
Connor.
changes did you make, or what things did you do in response to that letter?
Well, I was a little bit surprised at it. I didn't know that I was supposed to invite him to the pre-app meeting. I mean, it came out as what options do I have? And I walked out of there with from the meeting with the ladies that okay, this is your pre-app meeting. I have not talked to the city because I filed litigation against them in March along with the developer regarding my irrigation water. So I think they're a little bit upset with me personally.
And since that letter was received, the City of Star has not seen the most recent landscape plan that was just up in front of you that had the additional screening, so I'll add that. But as far as their, want for sidewalk through there, this property is in Ada County, and so there's no requirement that even if it was a different type of use, like a wedding event center or something like that, you wouldn't be required to put a sidewalk through there through Ada County. But obviously, if it's annexed into the city and you're connecting to their services, then that would be required. So it's kind of it's really coming back to the comp plan is the main way to look at it here.
There is sidewalk on the other side of the street.
Question, if I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've got one more question. I live out in Cuna. We have this come up a lot, where there's longstanding people that have 1 to 10 acres, and everybody's subdivisions are all around them. Some of these homeowners have worked with ACHD to put in temporary, like asphalt pathways across the front of their property instead of sidewalks.
Right.
So have you talked to ACHD about any of those kinds of things that would mitigate some of the concerns for the children walking?
Yeah, Commissioner Blitman, so we did speak with ACHD really early on when we started to craft this application. They stated that we would not need a traffic impact study. And so from there, we then submitted our application to the county, and they were notified And in their report, they'd have some requirements, one of which is to close Barb's driveway off Beacon Light and to, get rid of that driveway there and have the rock and landscaping come across it, and then have her come off of, I think it's Bavardia. But besides that, they did not list in their packet as a requirement that we have a pathway or sidewalk or anything like that. So, no, we have not spoken to them specifically on that front.
Thank you.
And it's not level in that area where my property comes up to Beacon Light. They used to have quite a big road burrow, but there is a culvert underneath Beacon Light that, because it was kind of part of like a drainage that came in through Cresta del Sol, but then Cresta del Sol built up, so, it's quite a dip, which with my pasture around the facility is I was gonna put cattle in to raise them for my family and my, some of my friends, freezer beef, so that they could be around the RV lot and go into that low valley.
Any additional questions? Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
That being said, I'm now ready to close the public testimony portion of this meeting with respect to this project and open up the floor to one of my fellow commissioners. I'd like to see a motion in favor or against this project, and then I'll invite some discussion. Commissioner Birch.
I move that based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained in the staff report and the testimony from this public hearing, that the commission deny project number 202500615-CU-MSP.
Thank you, Commissioner Birch. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Wickstrom has seconded. Commissioner Birch, would you like to speak on your motion?
Sure. The commission often gives deference to what the communities would like to do when something's in their city of impact or in their area of impact. We don't always have to, and there's been times when we have not. But the city of Star has grown tremendously since the county report was given. That's almost 20 years ago. I lived in the city of Star, and we had property also up in Monument Ridge that is up in the foothills. And the amount of growth there makes the county proposal for what would happen out there grossly out of date. And the city of Star now, just within the couple of past years, have said that this is not what should be done with the property there. And in this case, I am very much inclined to agree with what the city of Star is saying. In addition to that, staff has also recommended denial. And as is rarely the case, we have a room full of people that are the neighbors that surround this property that are here and unanimously oppose it. I also rented property in the storage facility that was what used to be derogatorily referred to as Toontown. I don't know if it's still called that. They're on State Street. And that property actually had covered areas for RVs and boats to go in. And it also had an open area plus the storage facilities over on the side. For all of the reasons that have been expressed, notwithstanding how the operators of that property had the little office in front, had the mechanical gate and the lighting, many of the same objections that have been raised here are ones that I could easily imagine being the case at the facility where I used to rent space. And so for all those reasons, for the reasons that have been mentioned, for the adverse impact that this would have on surrounding property, I strongly also oppose it.
Thank you, Commissioner Birch. Commissioner Wickstrom?
I would agree with Commissioner Birch, but yeah, the biggest one for me would be the adverse impact on the surrounding area. Somebody mentioned preserving the integrity of the neighborhood and having an open RV storage in the middle of this residential neighborhoods. It just doesn't fit in there. And I'm more willing to follow the plan for the city of Star. It's more recent that they're surrounding this lot. And their future land use maps are are wanting low density in there. It's just more consistent in there. The problems with dust mitigation and getting in access to this on that residential street is going to be difficult. And it's not an issue of not in my backyard. I think the residents there know that could very likely be developed into something residential, presumably. So they're not against development. They're just want something that fits into the neighborhood. And again, going along with the denial that's been recommended by staff, and we tend to follow them, and they do a lot of work on this. So, but that'd be my comments on this. I would also agree to deny this application.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any additional comments?
Do you want to go first?
Go for it. Commissioner Blitman?
I'm historically somebody who appreciates personal property rights when it applies to people that have been in their places for a long period of time, and things that they could have done 10 or 20 years ago, which wouldn't have been a problem. For example, last month or the month before, we had a very similar request in an area that wasn't as dense or developed, and we approved it. So if this request had come before all the subdivisions happened, it would be there, and it would have been where it is. So we, because of all the growth that's happened around this property, their rights have been changed, and I can appreciate that impacts everybody that moves in and looks at it and says, hey, we thought this was going to be residential, and now it's going to be a storage unit, which is an allowed use in that parcel. I do believe that there's a strong outpouring of people that are concerned about it, and they have made their concerns known in the first community meetings, and they made the concerns known, through this hearing and through their conversations. So there is a clear adverse impact upon the people that live in the area. So I'm really torn on this. I think there needs to be more work done because there are a lot of uses that we've seen in properties like this. You mentioned lavender farms, bee farming, flower farms. We've seen multifamily, we've seen horse facilities. There's a lot of different uses. And honestly, some of these uses that I'm mentioning, we have the same 100 people show up and oppose these uses. So it just depends on what's in your neighborhood and what you feel good about. We've even had strong opposition to yoga facilities. We've had strong opposition to a lot of different things. So I would encourage the applicant to work with their neighbors, come up with a use that makes that has less opposition and still is an allowed use in that space.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is definitely a tough one. I'll agree with that. I remember going to look at a house on Pollard Lane many years ago to buy, and it was one of the 5-acre parcels just east of where that one development is off of Del Sol Way, and driving up to the garage and looking out towards the west and going, wow, look how open that is back there. And it didn't go through or whatever, but we went somewhere else. But the point is we're going to run into a lot of these in the future where you have rural and more urban kind of battling it out. I'm with many of my commissioners here where I think property rights are important, very important. But on the other side, when it gets this too far gone and now it's completely changed, and you're kind of in the middle of it. You kind of gotta, play ball with the neighbors, and for many of the reasons that everybody outlined here. And so this definitely is a tough one, but I too hope that Ms. Moyle will work together with her surrounding neighbors and come to a conclusion, because I'm also on 5 acres, and I couldn't see one of my neighbors, all of us, and I'm not in a tightly dense or tighter, they're all 5 acres, but I still couldn't see one of my neighbors putting an RV storage facility right next to me with, there would be pushback there too. But anyway, all that to say, I'll be voting to deny as well.
Thank you. So, much to the, often in previous meetings, to the chagrin of the rest of the commission, I'm usually the guy that is not a big fan of the tyranny of the masses in general when it comes to property rights. We've experienced that with the solar situations. So, let me start over.
Yes, better.
All right. Why does my mic seem like it's lower than your guys'? I've actually a pretty big, whatever. Anyways, so much to the chagrin of the commission, usually, I'm the type of person that is not a big fan of the tyranny of the masses when it comes to property rights, as we've experienced in our fights back here with solar and things. That being said, I have a concern also that this is a first step where, yes, neighbors will say, I oppose the RV lot, but then it becomes a series of opposing everything. However, when it comes to the applicant and the owner, it was clear that they sold the rest of their property knowing neighborhoods were going to go in here. And while I encourage them to look for alternative routes, this is one of the few things that I think just really doesn't fit here. I mean, I think, as people have said, there are other things, with the full understanding that we've seen this type of fight before, where it goes down the route of, well, we deny a RV lot, then this whole crowd comes back and says, well, we don't want a yoga facility, or we don't want a lavender farm, and then it becomes, as I said, the tyranny of the masses over this one person. That being said, we're voting on a RV lot. That is what is before us, and I just don't think an RV lot fits here. I think there's dozens of things that would fit, and had this been any one of those things, I probably would have voted in favor of it in the face of potential opposition. But we are here because there's an RV lot, and an RV lot just doesn't seem to fit in with it. And so I will likely be voting in opposition as well with my fellow commissioner on this thing. So any additional comments?
I was going to say that the not having a good picture of what the visuals would look like for the landscaping, it was hard to tell what you'd see from the side. Because the landscaping has pictures on a visual top, but I don't see any side pictures, what people would see from their backyards, or what the landscape would look like. A storage unit is preferable to some other things that might have a lot more higher traffic, and so, but there's no way for me to visualize what that would look in, or for the neighbors to visualize what it might look, and there wasn't enough time for them to look at it, and so spending some more time with the neighbors to look at different options, to look at different things, you might have had a different outcome if there'd been more work along the way to provide the neighbors with some options and some input. That's my comments.
Any final? Commissioner Birch?
Yeah, I do want to compliment the people that have been in attendance here, not only for how long you've stayed, but how courteous you have been, the respect that you've shown for this meeting. You also may wonder, do the commissioners read the letters that you submit? And I assure you that they do. There was clearly some talking points. There were some letters that were almost identical, but there were many, many letters that were individually written, and that is appreciated. By reading them, you got a very real sense of what your concerns were. So anyway, thank you for the courtesy that you've shown here tonight.
So, just understand that for me personally, it'll be a no for this for me, but it's not a no forever. I feel like there can be something that's going to be good here that can be done. And I just want everyone to understand that if this comes back, I'm definitely going to objectively and give it a good solid look if there's something else. So I do also thank everyone for your decorum. Sometimes we don't get that with some things, so appreciate it. With that being said, I'll go ahead and bring it to a vote. All those in favor of, was it your motion?
Commissioner Birch's motion.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Birch's motion.
For denial.
For denial, say aye.
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 I also say aye. All those opposed, say no. Commissioner Birch's motion carries. Thank you all for your time. Have a safe travels home.